Hello, everyone. We'd like to get started. We will start today's meeting with a pule being offered by Commissioner Patty Teruya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pulikako. Thank you. Father God, we thank you for this day of breath of life, Father God. We thank you for this meeting and this gathering of all commissioners from our islands who are still traveling to be here, Father God. We thank you and we lay hands on our chairman and our staff from DHHL and also our former chairman who is here today, Father God. We thank you for the work that we do and continue to do for our beneficiaries on the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Father God, we thank you with this meeting. We ask you to guide us with our mouth, with our ears, and look with a good eye, Father God. We thank you for this day, Father God, and we thank you for all the beneficiaries in this room that attend this meeting today. So with that, Father God, we all come together, we praise you, we honor you, and we give you all glory. Amen. Mahalo.
The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at Halepunoi, 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, and virtually via Zoom. I'm Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Monday, July 17, 2027. The time is 9:35. Lei, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wu will be arriving around 11. Commissioner Freitas is excused. Commissioner Helm will also be arriving around 11. Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Neves.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
We have 5 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Minutes deferred to tomorrow. Item C2 relating to the fairness in lease transfers PIG report is deferred to the August agenda. Item 5 or F5 related to the right of entry permit to Akana's Brothers Construction is deferred. At 12 noon, the commission will recess for lunch for 45 minutes. Tonight's DHHL community meeting starts at 6:30 at the Stevenson Middle School, 1202 Prospect Street. The link is join online can be found on the DHHL website under the live tab. I mentioned that Vice Chair will run the meeting from 11 to 3 p.m. or maybe not that long, but sometime. Entertain a motion. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Opposed, motion carried.
Just a question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So my question is, will the minutes of June 26 be deferred till tomorrow's meeting?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start off with public testimony on agendized items. Where's the comment on restrictions on how long? Okay, with respect to the public testimony on any item relevant to this agenda may be taken at this time, or a testifier may wait to testify when the agenda item is called for discussion. Pursuant to Section 92-3 HRS and Section 10-2-11C Hawaii Administrative Rules, the chair of the commission has authority to impose reasonable conditions to ensure an orderly and efficient meeting. Okay, let's start our public testimony with former chair William Isla Jr. Welcome back, Mr. Isla.
Thank you, Chair. I must tell you, it feels different to be on this side of the table. So thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on disposition of land items and related to agenda item F4 on Kauai. My request is very simple. I ask the chair to reconsider his signature on, I think it's license 609 for the Anahola Marketplace. And I just want to say that you may have been unaware at the time of the outstanding violations that the Anahola Hawaiian Homes Association had. Therefore, I don't think it was proper to sign and give the extension on the license. I don't think the commission and you should basically reward bad behavior. Also, the impetus for it was, I guess there's some funding for some recreational or sports type activities that the legislature may have appropriated, but generally, nonprofits will come to the commission and the department ahead of time to seek a disposition before applying for funds. So the use of the funds should not be driving the signing of the license 609. So that's just asking for some reconsideration based on that information. I personally don't think it's proper, but it's the commission and the new chair's decision. So thank you.
Any comments?
Chair, may I interject? Because this isn't an agendized item, I would just suggest that the commission not have any discussion until it is agendized.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Then I have a question for the AG
Good,
then,
Attorney.
Alana. Because you mentioned it's not an agendized item, and so my question is, why did we permit this right now, this morning, to be shared? Because I did have a question, and so now it feels like under the sunshine, you're denying me for asking a legitimate question, and we had the opportunity to listen to the testifier.
My understanding is that the commission may hear public testimony really about any topic. The commission also has the prerogative to not allow that testimony. So today, the testimony has been allowed, but because it hasn't been agendized and other members of the public haven't had the chance to testify as well, that the commission wait to have any discussion until it is agendized to give other members of the public the opportunity.
Okay, so with that being said, my question again is, will this item then will be in the future be on the commission's agenda? This item on the Anaola Marketplace?
Yeah, I need to take a look at that. He has raised a valid issue, so we'll take a look at that.
Okay,
And,
thank you, Mr.
I did realize it wasn't an agendized item, but out of courtesy, I felt them talk. So,
Okay,
Stretched it. It was
yeah,
really-
stretch a little bit.
thank you very much.
Thank you, former Commissioner Ayla. We appreciate your comment.
All right, colleague. Aloha,
Okay.
you guys.
Mahalo. Okay, the next person on the public testimony, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha, Commissioners.
Hello.
My name is Jermaine Myers, for the record. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. And I'd like to, first of all, mahalo the PIG for the geothermal. I read through the information and it's wonderful. It hits on points, highlighting the fact that we could get 100% proceeds from what is extracted. In regards, my primary testimony is in regards to G1 and C4.
Did you want to wait till that comes up, or you want to testify now?
Well, I don't want to testify after the discussions have happened, because I'm asking the commission to vote no for G1, which is the approval of the reuse of existing building, former military on Yorktown Street, designated as industrial, but wanting to be accepted as one-bedroom units. And the reason for that that I'm asking you not to, and it's in coincide with NAHASDA funding. Um, First of all, there's no verification that you're gonna serve a higher population. According to the NAHASDA, the population that you're asked to serve is 9,200 lessees, 23,000 unduplicated waitlisters, and 21,400 estimated potential applicants. So 54,000 total Native Hawaiian individuals, confirmed Native Hawaiian individuals. That's on the NAHASDA. And then NAHASDA further clarifies in the report that of the lessees, 56% qualify 80% AMI HUD funding. So over 50% of the population of lessees qualify for NAHASDA, and then over 51% of the applicants qualify, and over 57% of the potential applicants. What I'm saying to you is 29,000 Native Hawaiians are household eligible for NAHASDA. As compared to what is being proposed in Yorktown, first of all, with Yorktown, there's no rules that I know of, and I would come to the department today asking for, what are the rules regarding rental? That you're making sure that somebody in number one on the list gets served before somebody in 20,000. In addition, it's one-bedroom units, only 18. How do you confirm that my brother, who's number 10,000, is going to be asked, and he needs a three-bedroom unit? Are you going to give somebody that's 20,000 only needs a one-bedroom unit priority before my brother who needs a three-bedroom, and he's 10,000? And then that's second. And then regarding the homeless population that this proposal says that will serve, I went to the website, the state website, on the point in time count for 2022 to compare it to this Yorktown proposal. Of the 6,000 statewide homeless, 4,000 are on Oahu. 43% are confirmed Asian. That's what they designate themselves. 34% are white or Caucasian. Only 23% classify themselves as mixed race, potentially Native Hawaiian, potentially Native Micronesian, Samoan, Pacific Islander. So what I'm saying to you is, when I went down the numbers, only 900 are considered mixed race. 450, if was 50% of that was confirmed Native Hawaiian, that would only be 450 individuals. Of those 450 individuals, according to the report, 40% already have housing, 60% have no housing. So that comes to 270 potential Native Hawaiians. I can't confirm it. As compared to when I just confirmed to you that you already have a confirmed where you have to serve 29,000 confirmed Native Hawaiians, of which 12,000 are on the wait list. So what I'm proposing to the commissioners are asking to not approve this and go back to the drawing board and go back to what the NAHASDA goals are. When you go to C4, they designated, DHHL has 12 goals. And of those 12 goals, I can identify that Yorktown, those 20 units could be used for goal number 7 and goal number 12. Goal number 7 says, at a minimum, every family that receives NHHBG assistance are going to be offered 1, financial literacy education, 2, case management assistance, and 3, service by a housing counseling vendor. Can't we use those 20 units for those needs, for offices to service 29,000 individuals to help them with financial literacy, case management, service by housing counseling vendors? Goal number 12 is to use the funding for crime reduction, safety, security, and law enforcement measures and activities appropriate to protect residents of homestead community from crime. Commissioners could have used this funding for a consultant contract for enforcement or for our security watch. We've got many security watch come up on J agenda over and over. Commissioners, we need your help. Commissioners, we need your help. Why don't we reach out to these neighborhood watch from Nanakuli, Waianae, Kapolei, and say, we got these 20 units. Why don't you guys use this to organize yourself, to be able to organize meetings, etc. So we got counseling and we got crime reduction that we could potentially use for these 20 units. In this packet, it never said how much money was going to be used out of Nahasda to service 20 potential homeless. But as I shared with you, compared to what you're mandated to serve, the numbers and the quantities, and then also not having rules, and also not knowing if you're going to serve somebody that needs a 1-bedroom lower on the list than somebody that needs a higher bedroom, I was really suggest that commissioners look into what I humbly propose to you to meet the needs of the Hawaiian community. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Okay, our next testifier, Iman Manaule. Hello.
Let me just reintroduce myself for those people in the room who like be Niele and other people's business and don't really know the truth. October 27, 2022, I was officially divorced by a circuit court judge, signed the divorce paper. December 22nd, 2022, I was officially married to my beautiful wife back there, Julie Aiko Manaole. If anybody get any more questions about that, go check the law before you start talking to me about who I am. Anyway, I came here to talk about G1, to say that I support G1 because I support the planning department. It's only a little amount of space over there. You want to talk about the list, the 29,000 people on the list, which I am one of them. We specifically been put in for one lot. We specifically been put in for agriculture. We specifically been put in for pastoral. None of us on the 29,000 list been put in for one rental space on their land. When you talk about using that space to help people who are homeless, who possibly not on the list, but they're Hawaiians, our Hawaiians should not be on the beach. So if the planning department decides, hey, we got some space over here where we can put our homeless, who's not necessarily on the list, but they're beneficiaries, let's go put them in an apartment for now to get them off the beach, I support that. So rather than attack the knowledge and the people who's in the department, who've been doing the hard work, pounding the pavement all this time, I think I would rather support them in what they're doing, rather than come over here and criticize and think that we know better than the people in the planning department, the administration, or the commission. Now, I've come here and I criticized the commission in the past, and if I hurt anybody's feelings for that, I apologize. It wasn't to attack the commission, but to attack the commission as a general since the beginning of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. But with regards to G1, I support this G1 thing because you're talking about offering rentals to people who might be on the beach that should not be there. They should be in one safe place. And that's what I'm over here for. And I also want to make sure I make amends to our people, especially Patty Terrell, but she's a leader in our community. And I just want to put it on a record that that's my tira. And I support her. Aloha.
Hello. Mahalo. This is the last call. Anyone else in person or virtual? Okay, let's see. Consent agenda, Juan Garcia.
Good morning, Commissioners. As always, it's good to be before you this morning. Again, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. and Homestead Services Division has 11 items for your approval. I do, however, request your approval to make changes to item number D9, D11, and D12. I believe those necessary changes have been distributed to you. Specific changes have been highlighted and should be highlighted on the copies that you received. Going over item D9, the changes was to the date under recommended motion action, paragraph number 3, changing the date to September 30th, 2023. And again, paragraph number 4, changing 30 days to 60 days. And moving on to item D11, paragraph number 4 under recommended motion action, again, changing 30 days to 60 days. And lastly, item number 12, under the recommended motion action, attaching subject to this approval to relocate will expire on July 31st, 2025. Again, with those changes, we request that the commission approve consent agenda items D2 to D12.
One, the item D12, you changed it to July 31st, 2025. What was the previous date?
There was no date attached to that
No date.
submittal.
Okay, so you put in the date.
We want to make certain that there's a date on there to incentivize the beneficiary to make a decision on any available lots that may be available to relocate to.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with amendments to D9, D11, and D12. Your motion?
So move.
Second.
It's moved in second. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I just have a question on D12, moving to another residential lot. What is the condition with this current residential lot?
The condition raised by the lessee is the air quality within that area. There has been some illness experienced by the lessee as well as the son, and they would like to relocate for health reasons to another property that may be available in the future. We have distributed, for your eyes only, a letter from the lessee who has requested for the relocation and has disclosed some information that I don't believe it should be distributed to the public in general.
Chair, can I ask that this item D12 be deferred so we have some time to read through this and find out exactly? My concern is not just whether we want to relocate, but what's going to happen to the lot once he relocates? What are we going to do with the lot? Is there a house on the lot?
There is a dwelling on the property. What generally would happen, Commissioner, and again, thank you for the question.
Sure.
The lessee, through this relocation request, will agree to surrender the property.
Right.
And we will subsequently make that dwelling available to the next qualified applicant on the appropriate wait list.
Okay, so without getting into too much discussion, I think we need to review this letter first, because if we're gonna relocate them and put somebody else in there, we're gonna be doing this in another couple of months again. If this is a constant issue, I'd be concerned about what we're gonna do a lot beyond that. So ask that we table this item until we have time to review this, and I'm sure we'll get back to it today sometime.
Okay, so you want to table that,
Well, I tabled D12 at least.
D12,
The rest is okay with me.
okay?
So that would require maybe an amendment to the previous motion to exclude item D12.
Why don't we just defer, okay, let me make a motion to defer item D12.
Did you read the
I haven't read it. I
Yeah,
mean,
but try read it. I think that will change your mind.
well, it's
I mean,
not-
take a look at it. Take a
Well,
look
yeah,
at it.
well, that's what I'm gonna do, but I need some time to read
Let's
it.
defer that to today
Okay.
for later. How about tomorrow?
Yeah, that's fine.
Take a look at the
Fine.
letter. I think
Just-
it's
Yeah, that's
relevant.
fine.
So,
Commissioner Teruya?
so shall I have a motion on the floor, so shall I revise or amend that motion to defer D12 until Tuesday, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
We
so,
can defer
yeah.
that, D12, to
Okay,
tomorrow.
so that's the motion. I know we had a
I'll second-
second on it.
I'll
so-
second that motion.
Correct.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Commissioner
You got-
Kalakini?
Power Patty?
No, not yet though, but, you know, I just wanted to, ask Juan, and this is regarding D5, and, I wanted to really thank you and your staff for pushing and helping a lot of beneficiaries with their applications, to get qualified to be on the list. And so I've heard good news, a lot of good comments from your staff that, you know, you're assisting a lot of beneficiaries that are coming in and getting them on the list. It's important, so they are now waitlisters. My question is, from today, when we approve D5, how long does it take for that name to get on the list? And the reason I ask is because these beneficiaries want to also apply for the DHHL CNHA rental assistance. So how long does it take to get on the list?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. Upon your approval,
Correct.
staff will immediately place these individuals that have been approved by you to be placed on the wait list. That would be done immediately following this commission's approval of item D5.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's important. We have that program going on. They're on the wait list and they want to get, you know, have the opportunity to apply. And so that will really help CNHA to get them, you know, qualified as they move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Kalakini?
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to comment on item D12 also. So I think it's a good point that we defer because I wanted to request more information about the relocation.
Okay.
The process, a list, how does that work? I understand you mentioned there's health concerns, but one thing that was brought up, I went to the orientation for the Pana Eva lots. And so staff explained the priority of how lots are awarded to beneficiaries and the relocation beneficiaries that had relocation requests were at the top. So I'm just wanting to understand that process and how that is developed, what kind of, you know, the
Yes,
list, et cetera.
And Paul Ayla, who is involved in that relocation process, I'm certain she'll be able to answer any questions you may have when we
Okay,
agendize this
that's
item.
perfect. So when we come back to revisit 12, we'll
Why don't we
ask
talk
Paula
about that?
to please
Sure.
explain more on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why don't we defer the D12 till tomorrow, then we'll have a little dialogue, and then you guys can also take a look at this letter, if you haven't. Okay, so we'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda with amendments to the table to D9 and D12, but defer D11, but defer D12.
Correct.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, the next agenda item, C1, lease awards. Paula Ayla?
Aloha Commissioners, Paula Ayla, Acting Administrator, Contact and Awards Division, requesting approval for 99-year leases. In this particular case, there are 6 in Anahola.
So move.
Is there a second? Any discussion?
7, actually.
Yeah. Are you still an acting?
Yes,
Oh, okay. All right,
I
thank
think I do
you.
it pretty well. but-
Okay. I'm just curious why. Interesting that you've both been here so long and that your titles are still acting, so thank you.
It's all good, we do the work, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda, E1, finding of no significant impact for the Leali Village 1B in Lahaina. Stuart?
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to let the Commission know that my title has changed as of July 1st. I was informed. So the acting moniker is no longer there. So,
Thank you for letting me know.
but I wanted to ask the Commission to defer this item until Randy comes to the Halepono'i, because it affects his island, and I wanted to allow him opportunity to
It's a good idea.
chime in on this.
Okay, why don't we defer E1 then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next item.
Mahalo.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Stuart.
Next item, F1, extension of lease term expired Keihana Industrial Subdivision, Waiakea Hilo. Hana?
Hello and good morning, Commissioners. Kahana, Being Acting Administrator with Land Management Division. I'm not sure, I didn't hear it at the beginning part of the meeting, but Land Manager had requested to defer F5 till next month. Just wanted to make sure. And if Commissioner Awol is not here for F6, I want
Okay,
to wait
why don't
for
we defer
yeah,
down to the,
for F6 also,
Excuse me, I'm sorry. F5 till when?
till next month.
In Kauai?
Yes,
But this is a Honolulu Mapunapuna thing.
right.
Why
We
can't
just
we
didn't
have
have the
it?
information ready.
So can we wait to, I feel comfortable if something like this in Oahu stays in Oahu back here and taking it to Kauai, I mean, it's just practice that we normally have. If this is, you're taking an Oahu on the F5 Mapunapuna to Kauai.
oh, F5. Oh, you're talking about D5.
Which one are you talking about?
F5.
F5.
Yeah, F5.
So I guess because it's in Mapunapuna and it concerns Honolulu, wouldn't it be appropriate to have it in Oahu? I mean, what is the rush?
It's not the rush, it's more just having the appropriate information available for commissioners to consider.
Yeah,
I understand, but we had that discussion last month that they already have, what is that? A rider entry, ROE, limited rider entry.
Correct.
Okay, so that project is moving forward. Is this my share in Oahu that I would prefer an item like this to have opportunities for beneficiaries to come here in person to speak on an item in Oahu? I mean, rather than having this item in Kauai. Wouldn't that be, it gives the opportunity for beneficiaries to come and attend to this meeting live if they have concerns about this project. I don't expect them to fly to Kauai or go virtual. I mean, we have virtual, but it's nice if we have this item, Oahu, to stay in Oahu.
Yeah.
That's just my mana'o. I wanted to share that we can give opportunity for input from Oahu.
yeah.
I mean, if there's no rush on this project, they have a limited ROE, I don't see any,
Chair.
I think there's more information involved than just what's presented today. So I think we need to provide the commissioners with that additional information so they can make a more informed decision. And then regarding, from a policy standpoint, I can appreciate your concerns about if the particular parcel is on this particular island, it would be good if the people can attend. But we do have the virtual. So granted, it is a concern and something we should, in most cases, do it the way you're suggesting. But on this one, I think this particular parcel, we need more info.
okay, so by having more info, you're still moving this,
Yeah, we're
this
still moving
F5
forward.
to Kauai?
Yes, yes.
And it's not intended to,
So
kind of
if you needed more info, wouldn't it be right to have it in Oahu in November? It gives you more info, more flexibility to work on this, correct?
Well, we'll make that decision, at the prior to the next meeting, and if, you know, feel it's really important to have it over here, we can do that too. Whichever, we'll work with you and Commissioner Turia.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. With that being said, item number F1, LMD is seeking the approval to extension of lease terms expired or scheduled to expire for various general leases in Hilo, Kaehana, Industrial Subdivision, Waiakea, South Hilo, on the subject TMKs as listed in the submittal.
Okay, F1, extension of lease term, expired Kaehana Industrial Subdivision, Waiakea, Hilo. Motion to approve as submitted. We have a motion, then we're gonna have discussion.
So move.
Second?
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Senator, Commissioner.
Senator.
Running for
Oh, my.
office. Sorry, Commissioner Kelly.
Gotta know about these new titles.
I don't know.
No, I think Senator.
Thank you, Chair. Kahana mahalo. Just a couple comments. When we do like ROEs and got the different folks that are doing the right of entries, we have a column identifying which are beneficiaries.
Not the column, it's more the color.
A color.
I have a
Sorry,
shade.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that. But we don't do that on the
No, we
general
don't.
leases.
No, we don't.
Is there any way for us to know if any of these lessees are beneficiaries?
Okay, I can,
That's the first comment. No need to answer that right now. I mean, because I can see that what we want to do is important on this one. The other comment I had was that, and I received letters, previously, that the lessees were trying to
correct,
extend the lease.
yes.
So I was curious is there a way that we, as a department, can be on top of this process prior to it expiring, and then us coming back and you asking the commission to give
Right.
us a 1 year before we do the appraisal and all that?
Right, yeah, again, with the limited staff that we have in LMD, I understand this did fall through the cracks. We did have short discussions with Big Island Toyota specifically. The funny thing was Big Island Toyota wanted a much larger parcel, or wanted to change the area kind of thing. So the only option was to continue their existing lease where they are. That was the consideration, and not to extend it elsewhere, because that would be a totally new general lease.
So in that example, though, we can stick to what we're proposing now, but at a future date, they can come back to us.
They can come back and participate
and
if they
do a
wanted to.
proposal
Correct.
and request, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How's our staffing situation? We getting more people so we can be on top of stuff like this?
We just lost one, so it's
So
a
minus one.
ongoing process, yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Kahana. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we are gonna pick up a consultant firm to assist in the land management assessment.
Statewide.
Yeah, we gotta get this and Mapuna kind of cleaned up and moving forward, so that's being addressed. And then we're also trying to pick up more staff. So it's an ongoing problem with, we've had job fairs, we've, interviewed a bunch, never panned out. So I think the quick and alternative and more effective approach would be to outsource, bring in a consultant to give us assistance. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. So one last one. The actual process for the appraisals and that, does that come back to the commission at a later date then for the 9?
That wouldn't come back to the commission, it'd go to the chair.
Okay.
The only time it'll come back to the commission, once the chair approves the established fair market rent appraisal, we will come back to the commission for authorization to general lease the property.
Okay. That'll be the additional 9 years.
Correct.
Okay, so it does come back after the appraisal, but the chair is the one that approves the fair market value agreement
Correct.
Based on appraisal.
on appraisal.
Yes.
And that's going to happen this year?
I'm hoping, yeah, as soon as this is.
Yeah,
this
it will
goes,
happen
we're
this
gonna
year.
Perfect.
Acquire a vendor.
Okay, thank you, Kahana.
Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners. Subject item number F2. LMD is seeking the approval of issuance of a right of entry permit to Ko'olau Foundation out in Haiku, Heia. Hotemke listed in the submittal. I have staff person, Shelley Carrera, land agent, who would answer questions if any commissioners have questions. I think we also, do we have any other participators? We have Mahelani Cipher, who, Mahia, you on? Mahelani is a secretary and board member for Ko'olau Foundation. If you want to share anything, Mahia, your mic, we cannot hear you.
We still can't hear you. You know, yeah, it's still not working. Why don't we start with you, and then while she's working that out, the technical. Okay.
Aloha, good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
Aloha.
LMD is recommending issuance of a right of entry to the Ko'olau Foundation for due diligence items related to master planning, completion of their Chapter 343 and 6E compliance. The right of entry basically outlines the items that they'll be completing, business plan, master plan, and so forth. So the Ko'olau Foundation, they're proposing to utilize the parcel that's shaded in yellow and Exhibit A for a Haiku Valley Cultural Preserve.
In addition, we also had beneficiary consultation with beneficiaries. Planning office was helped us with conducting that beneficiary consultation.
How did that turn out?
Pretty positive.
Any luck on our?
Any sound?
Okay, well, let's have a motion and we can do a discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the commission support the ROE for Ko'olau Foundation, 65 acres. I just wanted to also add that the Ko'olau Poko community have been so diligently in due diligence in this proper program. And I know the beneficiary consultation was overwhelmed by a lot of the kupunas in the Ko'olau Poko area. And so with that, I ask for a second with my colleagues.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Any discussion?
I just have one comment to Donna. In the future, if you have beneficiary consultation, it'd be good to have it attached here just so that we can read it. I don't see that in here. Is it in here somewhere?
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner Neves. The beneficiary consultation submittal is attached as Exhibit C.
Okay.
And this consultation report was submitted through Planning Office at the commission meeting last month. And commission has accepted the beneficiary consultation report.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's so sad that Mahelani is not on, but wanted to congratulate Mahelani and her leadership in the Ko'olau Poko community. Thank you.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Motion's been carried, unless you want to say a few parting words. No? Okay. Okay, next item. Thank you.
Yep. Next item, LMD seeking your approval of Second Amendment to right of entry number 701 to Hawaiian Telecom, Makuu Island of Hawaii. LMD seeking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to the Second Amendment to right of entry 701, issued for the purpose of non-exclusive roadway access for utility purposes and maintain its existing infrastructure located in Hawaiian homelands, parcel TMKs listed there, basically in Makuu.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Kaleikini?
Thank you, Chair. Kahana, mahalo. So I was curious, does the department get compensated for this ROE from Hawaiian Tel in any way?
So right now, we are receiving compensation under the right of entry for the assets that were purchased through the Paniolo bankruptcy proceedings. This area occurred before that, and it affects the residential subdivision. So right now, we are negotiating a longer-term license covering this area, including the areas where
With the assets?
Yeah. And so right now, the discussion, due to change, there's been a delay due to change in DHHL leadership. And also, there's a little more negotiating on the fee that needs to occur.
Okay. So to be clear, then, so we are being compensated for the assets that we purchased, but we're negotiating compensation for the access that we're extending right now.
Yeah, so
Second
originally,
Amendment.
the original issuance of the right of entry was for gratis. They're basically, they're already in the subdivision, but they were providing service through copper. And this right of entry allowed them to upgrade to fiber.
Okay.
So in terms of the fee, what we're looking at is the type of fee that would occur if they're servicing the homestead versus outside of the homestead for
Right.
commercial property service. So at this time, this Second Amendment would allow a gratis fee, but moving forward, certain properties will have fees, and we're still identifying the fee structure.
Okay, mahalo. And ultimately, though, this is going to be a service provided to the abandoned homesteaders
It
in
is, yeah.
Makuu, right? So that's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Item number 4, LMD seeking the issuance of a license easement for Kuleana lot access purposes to Clay and Janine Yoshida, George and Carlene Abalos, and Reed Yoshida in Anahola, Kauai, subject TMK listed on the submittal.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, Chair, I have some questions. So all these colorful maps you got in here, Con, I'm trying to figure out where is the access? That red mark you have in there?
Correct, the red mark.
Okay, I have one concern. Spoke to Randy Yoshida, whose property is right in front of them. And it looks like it's an ag lot. I think in between those properties. Where the Yoshida property is, the lower one in blue on the map, F4. He's telling me that house is in there, possibly their leach lines are into our property. I'd like to have you. The leach
Into what
line
again?
Into our own property, below
Okay.
that. There's sort of it's sort of a funny pattern in there, but I know that's an ag lot. And that's been turned back to the department, but I believe their leach lines have protruded into the property line there. You look under where it's read Yoshida, the lower one in blue, where that house is there.
What's,
It's your third map. Exhibit B.
Exhibit B, okay.
Yeah, see the blue parcel?
Okay, yeah.
That house there, we believe that the leach lines may have already protruded in the property. We need to check that out.
Okay.
Other than that, I have no problem with the access.
Okay.
And that access, are they putting in a road? They're gonna
Yeah.
provide a road? Okay. That's all I have, Chair.
I guess there's a witness that would like to testify, the attorney for the Yoshidas. Could you please state your name?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. Aloha kako Mauna Kea Trust Koinoa. I'm here on behalf of the Yoshida family. And thank you for your consideration. We also like to thank Kaipo Duncan and Deputy Attorney General Alyssa Kao. They were really great in helping sort out this kind of confusing matter. So basically what we have here is the Yoshidas, the two subject properties are Kuleana lots. And as such, given that DHHL's property in this area is Kauikeoli's Crown Lands, it is subject to the right of Hawaiian, and therefore under HRS 7-1 and your Mahele deed, its access rights are allowable to the nearest right of way. And the subject property that we're asking to access over is actually a remnant lot from the old government road. It's a odd and confusing situation, but we thank you for this opportunity. And I was unaware of any concerns with regard to, I think it's parcel, and apologize, I'm looking at my tax map and not directly at the camera. But this is on parcel 21 CPR 3, some issue regarding leach field or anything like that. Of course, we want to be good neighbors and work with the department, but we just ask that today's issue be separated from that issue, given that this is a Kuleana right that attaches to this lot, irrespective of who the owner is. And if you have any further questions, I'm happy to answer them. And just a clarification on the last point that the question the commission had. Access has always been provided via, it's effectively like a driveway since time immemorial, I suppose. It's currently like old asphalt, I believe, that attaches to it. And I don't think any improvements are going to be made to that. They just want to codify the existing and historical access rights that they've always engaged, because for the first time in 100 or so years, TG had an issue with access. And so we just want to clarify that. Thank you so much.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
I have a quick question, Mr. Chairman, to Kahana. So my understanding is that if the Yoshidas don't build, then an EA is not required?
If the Yoshidas,
Don't build, if they don't build any structure, so is an EA required, an environmental assessment? Should they not build any structures, or if they build any structures, is an EA is required?
not that I know, the Yoshidas already have a structure there, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Monica?
Yeah, there's already a structure on it.
There's a structure on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, depending if you define the asphalt driveway as a structure, it's not going to change. No additional improvements will be made. Oh, and if I may, one more point, I'm sorry, I forgot. But, despite the department's diligence and our attempt to review this as quick as possible, we did send a copy of the draft language to Title Guarantee, and they haven't had time to review it in detail. So we would ask your permission to, if you approve today, to approve subject to whatever Manini amendments that need to be made or suggested by TG, so that they can effectuate your the intent of your approval today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Mahalo, aloha.
Thank you, commissioners. We'll wait off on agenda item number F6 until Commissioner Wu arrives.
Thank you, Kahana.
Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. What we got now? Not F6. No, he's. Waiting for. Okay, the next agenda item, G1, approval of reuse of existing building, Yorktown, Eva.
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager with the department. Item G1, the recommended motion action is that the commission approve the reuse of the existing building, former military temporary housing at 91-1071 Yorktown Street, Kalaeloa, Moku of Eva, Ahupua'a of Honolulu, Island of Oahu, TMK 191013024, designated industrial as an acceptable use pursuant to the department's general plan update 2022. This is actually a Nahasda project. So with me today, I have Lehua Kinilau Kano, who will walk you through the background of this submittal.
Aloha Chair and Commission, mahalo for this opportunity. We do have a PowerPoint that was prepared to help walk through this submittal, and hopefully I appreciate the testimony that was shared this morning. So hopefully we will alleviate some of the concerns as well as address any issues there. Really just wanting to say for the commission, for purposes of today, it's very narrow. What occurred is that this property right now is in industrial areas. So under the old Oahu Island plan, any use that was not similar to industrial use would need like an amendment to the plan. Since then, in 2022, there was a general plan update. And in the general plan update, it allows for low-rise, this type of housing or low-rise building that exists as an acceptable use. And so therefore, all we're really asking for is that one of the requirements in the general plan update was that the commission need to approve this type of activity, which is a low-rise apartment building. So not sure if, sure, thank you. So I'll just start to, again, this building already exists in Kalaeloa. We're not proposing to build it. You will see when the slides come up, the condition of the building. Without any type of action, this building would sit without real use. And so that's one of the concerns. And this is a 20 studio unit building that exists in Kalaeloa right now. And so the idea is to use it for 18 beneficiaries. Homelessness is an issue, and the prevalence of Native Hawaiians that are that have identified as homeless. We have 2017 studies from HUD saying there's a preponderance of Native Hawaiians who are homeless, as well as the point in time count. We have been able to compare that list against our wait list, and there are applicants on our wait list who are considered homeless in the point in time count. We've been able to verify that. So the idea behind it is that we would serve our homeless beneficiaries, and there would also be a communal area and office service, and we do outreach on the housing programming. Right now, we're just talking about rehabilitating the existing building that's already there. As you folks know, again, all of our lands in Kalaeloa are designated as industrial. I'm really appreciative of Andrew and his team and the planning system. And as you folks know, there's a general plan, there's the different tiers of plans, and then the island plans and regional plans. And yeah, so this is all the industrial lands. Again, these lands are designated as industrial. In Kalaeloa, the star is where the property in question is located. Next slide speaks to, again, what we're trying to accomplish in rehabilitating the existing building to provide 18 applicants on Oahu's point-in-time homeless count to be able to access this resource so they're not out in other facilities or possibly out in the streets without anywhere to reside. And it would provide a communal area and office service support area Financial housing counseling will be a requirement as part of participating in this program. And we still have beneficiary outreach on the actual programming to occur later. This is just talking about the building. So next slide. Again, I think the next slide speaks to the planning, and why we're coming before you is because of the general plan update. And next slide. The general plan update identifies what types of uses are considered industrial, and a low-rise rental apartment is an allowable use for lands designated as industrial, subject to approval by the commission, which is why we're here before you today. Next slide. You can see what we wanted to point out is that there are very similar uses nearby. There's the number one is the Kamaoku Kauhale by the US Vets. Number two is a Kumuhonua Transitional Living Center. And there's other transitional shelters. So it's very compatible uses to what's currently being done in Kalaeloa. And number five is our proposed transitional housing. So next slide. So this building, the condition, it's in fair to poor condition. It was renovated in the 80s. We had a walkthrough survey conducted. We've had hazard assessments conducted. It doesn't meet current health and safety standards. Potential hazards include asbestos-containing materials, light fixtures with PCB and or mercury and lead-based paint. And that's what we're going in there to mitigate these hazards and get that addressed so we don't continue to have a building with these hazards that exist today. Next slide. So this is what it looks like. So we're not building a building, it exists. So this is the front and the back. And the next slide is the parking lot and stairs to the second floor. And we just really want to rehabilitate this building so we can actually use it to serve our beneficiaries. Next slide is a typical unit layout. This is a studio unit. As you can see, the condition is not up to standard. So we need to get a contractor in there to remove all of the materials that are in there and to abate the hazards that exist. So the proposed improvements, next slide, is again, as I spoke to, removal of hazardous materials to renovate this low-rise residential building. Again, repair the parking lot, reconstruct existing walkways, and ensure compliance with ADA, federal, and state requirements. Next slide, actions that have been taken in support of the project. There was a Chapter 343 exemption, Phase 1 environmental site assessment, consultation with Native Hawaiian organizations and stakeholders that's required by State Historic Preservation Office. There was no effect or occurrence from archaeology branch, which we're grateful for, because obviously this was built by the military. There was an informational submittal to the commission in August of 22, beneficiary informational meeting. And again, the focus was on the existing land use designation because the island plan at the time, general plan was still being in process for being updated, was saying we needed to get an amendment. But thankfully, again, the general plan update just says that for this type of use, it's an acceptable use, so we just need commission approval. Again, there's been no effect or concurrence from the architecture branch of any concerns from State Historic Preservation Office. Next slide. We did complete the HUD environmental review record, which is really extensive in terms of all the requirements that HUD does for us. That's been done. We did the building assessment survey. The general plan update has been approved by the commission. We did publication of building rehab RFP. We did put out an RFP. We did get three responses to that RFP, and the lowest bidder was R&D Contractors. And we have a contract for building rehabilitation that we executed in June. And again, hazard mitigation assessment has been completed. So we want to go in there and start to conduct and actually do the removal of materials and mitigate the hazards. So the action pending again is design and permitting of building rehab, hazard abatement. 2024, we expect rehab construction to begin. And we really want to focus on beneficiary meetings for programming in 2024. We've really been focusing on the actual rehabilitation of the structure so far. And then hope to have construction complete in 2025 and serving beneficiaries that are homeless by then. And then the next slide is just who our contacts are. Cynthia is overseeing really the day-to-day and did the hard work, and I just appreciate what she's done. And Malia does all our environmental and hazard work for DHHL. So that's in a nutshell what the submittal is. I hope I've addressed at least some of the concerns that the commission heard this morning, and appreciate any questions you may have.
Any questions?
I just have a question. What's the total cost of the renovation?
The total cost of the renovation is $4,675,000. That was our lowest bidder.
And that's for 20 units?
20, but 18 are really gonna be used. One is gonna be a communal area, like a laundry area and where, like vending machines, and then one will be like an office. So 18.
I guess my concern is that comes out to about $222,000 per unit. You know, it's a little expensive, but it's all NAHASDA funds.
Yes.
That uses, and is that, we have enough NAHASDA funding for this year, or is it?
Yes, in fact, we're under tremendous pressure to spend down the HASDA funds.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yeah, mahalo lewa. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask, so there will be 18 units available, and maybe this was already shared, but how do we identify those folks that are homeless? There's probably more than 18, right? How does that process work?
So typically, for our purposes, our focus is on beneficiaries, so they would need to be on DHHL's waiting list. There is, through the homeless programs office, they have a system that exists that ranks homeless based on where they're at and their need. And so we'd have to incorporate that sort of process as well as our process. But at a minimum, we want to make sure we're serving beneficiaries.
Okay, and that list you refer to, is that something that the county does, or is it state or
It's
agency?
usually the state and the counties, they do it together. It's like a homeless system management information. They call it HMIS, the Homeless Management Information System, that sort of ranks based on where people are at, what level and what priority they get in getting into.
Okay, appreciate that, mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lehua. So this property here actually was sitting in Kailua for some quite years.
Yes.
Correct, yeah. And so I remember the last presentation that you brought up to us was 2.3 mil for that renovation.
That's what we had projected. Unfortunately, this is
It
what
went
the
up.
bids came back, and this was the lowest bidder. There were bids even higher than the bid that we selected.
So I understand from that building now and in the past that the water is not drinkable. That the water, the electricity is just not up to par, and that has to be fixed, correct?
Correct.
The water. I guess the other part that I'm concerned of is that when you identify, how do we identify homeless off the wait list? I mean, when I look at my community, I identify a lot of natives out there homeless. And I'm gonna be really nice about this because we went through this, the last administration, when I was trying to get help or NAHASDA funds to renovate Ulukekekui that could house over 47 instead of you come up and bring up 18. I went to a battle with that. It was difficult, and I gotta speak on behalf of my community and that certain project on Hawaiian homestead land that NAHASDA could have really assist Ulukekekui moving forward. So this project here is only less than, you had 20 units in the past, this is an old submittal, and then now we're talking about 18 units, a studio, it's a studio upstairs. Currently, right now, you're using it as a storage. It's been used as a storage with $200 rental maybe LMD can verify that, but I went to look at that area this weekend. And so I don't know if I can support this with an amount of money that's gonna go into this, but the last submittal, you said that there was somebody called Aloha, who was gonna oversee this, Partners of Aloha or something?
So again, we have not gotten to the management of the facility. We're just speaking to, if the commission chooses not to move this forward, this building is gonna sit in the condition that it's in.
Yeah,
So
but-
management will be a separate issue, and we can continue that
I
conversation.
see that, but you know, in the past, Lehua, there were a lot of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries from here, Kaupea, that approached this department and requested to have programs that nonprofits could rent that area. Organizations like Neighborhood Security Watch wanted to rent that area for an office to help the community and things like that. They were actually denied. That property was sitting there. And this is not just the only property that sits there, but I'm glad we're working on it. We're moving forward to work on it. But I just don't think that this project, this certain project that you're coming to us on this homeless, it just doesn't settle with me. It can also be used for other areas and that open it up to beneficiaries instead of just using this, renovating this, spending so much renovation money on Nahasta, and then we only have 18 families or less or more. I mean, so this is just my share, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to add in very selfishly as an OAU commissioner to see Nahaza funding go in to help the Waianae Coast in the Ulukekekui project too, and hopefully we can discuss that. It's not on the agenda, but I just wanted to add that, so thank you.
Could I respond to the
Sure.
Ulukekukui? So I cannot speak to what happened under the prior administration, but what I can speak to is Hawaiian Community Development Board did submit a request to NAHASDA to ask for NAHASDA funding to be included so that when their application for rental housing revolving fund to the state of Hawaii, it can be viewed upon in a better light because there's other funds. So we have actually committed NAHASDA funds to the Ulukekukui project. Malia is in the process right now of doing the environmental review record for Ulukekukui. So we're committed to that project as well. And we have a letter of commitment, which I can send to you separately so you can see that that letter of commitment was issued. And so we have every intention of supporting that project, utilizing NAHASDA funds. So we hope that with that commitment, you would at least be open to also still considering support for this project as well. So thank you, Commissioner.
And thank you for that, because I understand you were with the last commission, the last administration, Lehua, and this was something that was talked about a lot. So I just wanted that for the record. You know, I love to see projects, NAHASDA funds used for projects that are really needed. And if you take a look at the Waianae Coast and the projects that are still pending there and sitting there, it's very valuable to see money go into that project and move forward to house over 47 units of Native Hawaiians that are out there. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think what the department is doing in both this particular proposed project in Kalailoa as well as the Ulukekukui is to address those people on the waiting list that are, you know, homeless, that also need to be, I guess, better prepared to become beneficiaries. They can handle either a mortgage or participating in some kind of self-help program or participating in our LIHTC rent-to-own approach, as well as possibly working on habitat. But in the interim, these kind of facilities are very, very important, just like Ulukekukui, as well as some of the others we're looking at in doing on the outer islands also. The use of the NAHASDA funds, in this particular instance, you know, one of the key things that we're trying to accomplish is to spend the money in a timely fashion, because it's been a major criticism of the department that we don't spend the money. It sits. As a result of it, in the prior years, we lost 30 to 40 million in NAHASDA funding. That's going to change. in part because we are looking at not only these homeless rentals areas, but also kupuna housing. And we're going to better use these funds by leveraging them and going after additional funding, especially from HHFDC. This past session, they got about 285 in the million in the rental housing revolving fund. We are going to be very, very competitive on the LIHTC applications. In fact, we're making that as part of the developments that are developers that receive, especially these large projects that we're issuing as part of their, I guess, makeup or menu of units they're going to develop are either a rent to own. In some cases, separately, we'll have in the cooperation with the different associations, these kind of rental programs, interim rental programs. But I think one of the things that is kind of missing on this one is that we didn't leverage the funding that how we're doing in Uluke Kukui, where we're taking the Nahaza, including the rental subsidies, and we're going after some of the rental housing revolving fund. This one, we got to spend it. It's important we spend it in a timely fashion. It's not only going to rehab the units, but it's also going to fix the parking lot and some other things and address the water issue too. So, you know, it's not ideal in the leveraging side, but yet it is in an area that we have other homeless shelters. So it's not out of place. I think it's consistent with the use, especially rehabilitation of existing assets that we have that are just sitting there. Granted, it took a little while, but it's being tended to. When we went out on an RFP, we got bids, so while it's inflated, that's just the situation in the industry. Prices are going up. So that, I also wanted to note that I noticed in the presentation, you're looking at a year to do the design as well as permitting. Today, the governor is going to be announcing emergency proclamation whereby the Department of Hawaiian Homelands will have the ability to issue permits in a more timely fashion, as well as go through a lot of these pre-development activities, not necessarily waive them, but to a certain extent waive them and move forward a lot more expeditiously on our project. So this is one project that I think we can fast track. Instead of waiting to 2025, we should be able to get it up and rolling in 2024 with this emergency proclamation. So, and that's going to happen with a lot of our projects, gangs, is that we're going to get it out. Too many people dying on our waiting list, too many homeless out there that need to be serviced. So things are going to be happening. We're going to start better using our funds. But more importantly, we got to get these things moving, gang.
Can I just ask?
Sure.
Did you first determine what the rental's going to be in one unit yet? We're not there yet.
Not there yet,
Okay.
Commissioner. Respectfully, we're just trying to get the building. I just wanted to
Okay.
speak to Chair's comment. We did actually go for home funds and we did receive home funds to
Oh, great.
leverage this.
Good.
Unfortunately, we found out from the city later that when they put out the application, because they didn't say state agencies could apply, we weren't, that award was essentially rescinded, but we did actually attempt to leverage these funds.
That's where I think use of these nonprofits out there, whether it's HCDB, and I kind of, not going to say too much about HCDB, but there's other nonprofits out there that I think, especially on the outer islands, I want to work with some of the associations out there that are nonprofits that have ideas that I think we can implement. I also want to work with the Ali'i Trust, like Luna Lila Homes, that want to do kupuna housing. We just got to get more active and be partners with the entities out there that they can go after funds independent of us. And we put our funds together, and then we go in together as a team and go after some of the HHFD funding. They have tax credits, they have the rental housing revolving fund, they have DERF. We have private loans out there. We have the banks that are starting to step up and be willing to, do the commercial loans that typically they avoid in the past. So it's an exciting time, but it's also clearly a collective effort that we need to do. And I think this commission with the propensity to kind of work with organizations out there, we should accomplish a lot together.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add, because I know we just have a 5 quorum, and and I don't want to be the commissioners that go against this and this project fail, but I do want to support projects to move forward if it's gonna, it always benefits our beneficiary and our department, and I appreciate what you said, Mr. Chair. So, with that, I'm gonna support this submittal
Thank you.
today.
Thank
And work with the Nahaza, and we could revisit Ulukekekui and help in that project to move forward, and other projects that really needs the Nahaza funding. So
Great.
with that,
Okay.
thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank
so
you, Leo.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, we're gonna have a recess for 5 minutes? How long, forever? 30 minutes.
Mr. Chair, just,
15 minutes, yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I just say something, just an announcement? I wanted to offer the commissioners some banana bread, and we wanted to thank our beneficiary here, who is in Kaupia, who made this for all of us. So please help yourself.
Thank
And
you.
mahalo, family, Stanley. Aloha.
Okay, 15 minutes, gang. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, everyone. Mahalo for your patience. We are back in session. I want to start by saying on items E1 as well as F3, we're going to defer that until the chair returns. And I say that because there are some, oh, I'm sorry, F6. And I say that because there's some questions that have arisen as a result of the submittals. And I do, as a courtesy to our chair, I would like him to be present for those discussions, okay? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, question?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these items that are you're referring to deferral will be heard this afternoon when our chairman returns, sir?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item up is C2.
I'm sorry, C3.
Kalamai C3.
Wait, who's this guy?
Aloha, Commissioners.
Aloha.
Good to see everybody here this morning. I am the author of submittal item C3. I did this when I was still on the commission, but you'll see my new title in the from line. I am a property development agent with the Office of the Chairman. So aloha to all of you. This subject of this report is to report back on the geothermal permitted interaction group. There's no formal motion coming out of this report. However, it is incumbent upon the chair to put another commissioner on the group in my place and to designate a new chairperson for the PIG, because we are recommending that the PIG continue in place because there's still work to be done with this geothermal work group. I've offered to remain on the group as staff, so that's up to chair also to decide that. So if there's no questions about that kind of housekeeping stuff, I'll go into the substance of the report. The group was formed in March of this past year when Ikaika was here, and we've had 4 meetings to date. We've had the participation of a number of staff people, so mahalo to all of them for their valuable participation. We also had folks who made presentations, very smart, capable people, including academic University of Hawaii types who know a lot about geothermal and volcanic activity and those kind of things. And then we also had the benefit of consultants. The department has engaged VICA Consulting LLC to assist in this process of identifying and coming up with a geothermal strategy for development. During the process of our meetings, the department was negotiating that engagement with VICA. Commissioner Kalekini was very valuable in getting that done, getting that penciled and put into place. So mahalo to Mike for that. Early on, we decided as a group that we were going to focus on 3 questions or issues that I'm reporting out today. The first was the state of technology and industry. And as a very big summary, geothermal development and the process by which you discover geothermal resources, it's a mature technology. It's been around for a long time. In Hawaii, we've had geothermal development since the 1990s. So it's less taking advantage, to take advantage of these resources, it's less coming up with a new cutting edge kind of technology. It's more finding the right place to do it, finding the right location to do it. So the second question we focused on was the suitability of these DHHL lands for geothermal development. The people who presented, the folks from the University of Hawaii, and I listed their names in in the report. They shared with us a study that was done and it was commissioned, and they were able to show us an overlay of their findings from this study with Department of Hawaiian Homeland lands. And come to find out, as we suspected, there is a number of suitable lands on Department of Hawaiian Homeland's inventory where there is indications of high amounts of heat being generated, which can be turned into production of electricity, geothermal production. So with these overlays of Hawaiian homelands over these geothermal sites, the committee was looking at which ones were the highest, looked to be the highest probability, and then we also were considering access, because the more remote area is, the harder it is to go through and prove out the geothermal source and the development. So our early thinking, as reported in this report, is that the Humu'ula Mauna Kea site looked like to be the most suitable for development if the department was so inclined to move forward with that. We did discuss, and it was impressed upon us by our consultants, that it's important that you do this in a culturally appropriate way and be sensitive to not only beneficiaries, but practitioners, but Native Hawaiians in general, because there are strong feelings about development of this resource. So we are mindful of that, and part of our suggestion for the PIG staying in place is to lead the effort on that piece, staying in touch with beneficiaries, with cultural practitioners, making sure things are done in a proper manner. The last question was to address what would DHHL's role be in developing the geothermal. And pretty quickly we came to the conclusion that the department doesn't have the resources or the knowledge to do it on its own, that it would have to rely upon a private partner who has both the ability to develop a resource or prove out and then develop a resource, and then also to finance that venture. Because the department's role should primarily be making the land available and then providing support, whether it be political support, whether it be trying to go out and generate government funding through the department for the venture, and then also all the things that are needed to stay proper with the community and with our culture. So that kind of role is what the group came up with. So with those three questions being answered so far, again, the suggestion was to keep the PIG in place, just to find a new chair, a new commissioner to serve on it. If you'd like me to stay, I'm willing to do that. Does anybody have any questions?
So I'll just interject here at this point. I just looked up the statutes related to PIGs, and it does say that the commission cannot discuss, deliberate, or make any decisions regarding the PIG report until a subsequent meeting. And the reason for that is to give the public the opportunity to present informed testimony at the meeting where the board will discuss and act on the report. So I would just advise that the commission not engage in any discussion on the report at this time.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I'm on the west side here. So he just did a report. It is an agendized item.
Right.
And so now we're not able to ask questions on this PIG submittal?
That is what the Sunshine Law says as related to PIGs. In this second meeting where the report is presented. It is just for presentation, and the discussion would happen at the next meeting where it's agendized. Yeah.
You're lucky then. Okay. Mahalo.
Thank you, Russell.
Got it.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you. Okay. I'll keep my questions till later.
Mr. Chair.
I do
Go ahead.
support-
So Alana, is it appropriate to make a motion to have this agendized on the next meeting? Or request?
I don't know that it would have to be a motion. I think a request could be made, and then it's up to the chair's discretion when it's agendized or what month it would be.
Okay, I'd like to make a request that it be agendized in the August meeting to the chair.
I second.
Is that a motion?
Oh, no need.
it's no
Okay.
motion. Just a request. Just a request.
Thank you.
Okay, noted.
Thank.
Thank you.
Are you eating while you, okay, come on.
Okay, item C4.
Aloha, Chair, members
Aloha.
of the commission, Lehua Kinilau Kano, Naha's the Government Relations Program Manager. You have item C4 before you, which is the draft 2023 annual performance report for the Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant. One of the advantages of this is that the commission typically accepts the housing plan, and you see a draft in February, accept in March, and then that typically is approved by HUD, and we go off of that for the fiscal year, and then we come back and do a report on how we did in terms of what our plan said and being able to meet those goals. So this is the annual performance report for the period from July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2023. So I'm just gonna try and quickly, on page 2 of the submittal, we give you an overview of what the grant expenditures have been and the grant amount received and the expenditures have been. I was remiss, and I will have it in the August report, that I didn't include the COVID funds that we received. So when you factor in the amount of NAHASDA funding we expended with the COVID funding we expended, you see a much higher amount of expenditure, and that will be in next month's report. But just to try and go through quickly some of the updates. So for annual housing plan, the first program activity, the 2022 capital improvement projects, the funding there has primarily been to continue to support engineering in East Kapolei 2C, as well as to provide funding for the master planning of the EVA parcel that DHHL got through the Hawaiian Homelands Recovery Act for the former Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. That's been the primary activity for AHP1. AHP2, you will see $0 expended, and I explained in the annual performance report that we got guidance very early on explaining that if we use NAHASDA for down payment or closing cost assistance, it's gonna trigger Davis-Bacon. So now you just increase the cost of the build, therefore, just defeating the whole purpose of having down payment or closing cost assistance. So that being said, we are looking at potentially using maybe a portion of the $600 million instead of using NAHASDA funds. Or we could also look at when our turnkey developments are done to ensure Davis-Bacon, but it just becomes so challenging for some of our families if they're building using HUD 184A or other funding sources. And now if you're gonna increase their costs with Davis-Bacon, it just didn't pencil, didn't make sense. And so that's why we didn't spend any funds on that, and it's explained in the report.
So the Davis-Bacon, what are you talking, Davis-Bacon with the
Wage
union
rates,
wages then?
Yes.
Okay,
So it increased the cost of the bill.
correct, okay, thank you.
Homeowner financing, we continue to finance homes across. We completed 4 builds this year, 2 in Kanehili, 1 in Kakaina, and 1 in Waiahuli, Maui. And we have families in the pipe, and we also financed a number of builds in Waiahuli. So we're continuing to offer lessees who whose income doesn't exceed 80% of the area median income to finance builds of their home. The home assistance program, we assisted 3 lessees, one in Nanakuli, one in Ho'olehua, Molokai, and one in Papakolea. These funds are really for our older homesteads that need home repair. And so we've been able to assist in those areas, and we continue to have inquiries in the pipe. And so I explained that in the annual performance report. The Waimanalo Kupuna Housing Rental Assistance, we subsidize the kupuna who reside at Waimanalo. They would be challenged in being able to afford their rents if they have to pay the entire amount. So they pay no more than 30% of their income, and Nahasda subsidizes the difference. Rental vouchers, typically when we have home repair or sometimes we have to demolish a homestead and build a new homestead, that may often result in the lessee not having a home. So we do allow for rental vouchers. The 3 that were assisted this year, they actually didn't need a rental while the home was being built. So like the Molokai one, because the lot was large enough, they were residing in their old home while the new home was built. And then when the new home was constructed, then we demolished the old home. So we can do things like that. But occasionally we do provide. Did you have a question?
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes,
If I don't
go
ask, I
ahead.
forget.
Yeah, not a
Because
problem. Go
this is
ahead.
heavy duty here. But so when you talk about demolish, so some of these funds can be used for like these, these abandoned homes that we have on homestead land, and it's been sitting for over 20-something plus years, so can these funds be under this category as, let me see.
The home assistance
Home assistance,
program.
yeah.
Yes,
For-
it can. And if we do that though, just know that when that lot is awarded, it has to go to a family whose income doesn't exceed 80% of the area median income.
I see.
So you gotta keep that in mind. So if number
Yeah.
1 on the wait list is over 80%, in theory, they could be passed up, as long as you're aware of that.
Good to know.
So,
Good to know. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, one question.
Go ahead.
So Lehua, so if the lot goes back to the inventory to DHHL
Yes.
and the structure needs to be removed, these funds could be used to remove those structures?
Nahasda could be used, but again, when you award that lot to the next family, it has to go to a Nahasda eligible family. So whether or not you may consider using trust funds instead of using I'm not saying, I mean, that's decisions to be made.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks,
Clarifying.
Lehua.
So next is
Thank you, Chair.
the Emergency Rental and Utilities Assistance Program. We're continuing to administer the program. CNHA is still the contractor. The program is definitely winding down, but in the annual performance report, we identified the number of families that we were able to assist, which was a significant amount, considering, again, that this COVID assistance is definitely decreasing now. We were able to assist 136 families in this fiscal year, 76 of which we reported in the prior fiscal year. So again, we were helping families this year that we didn't help in a prior fiscal year. So just making you aware of that. Next is the
Can I ask you something on a DHHL rental? So our vendor is CNHA, you said, right?
Yes.
So what does CNHA, how does they recover? Do they take a percentage off of you folks on administration fee because they're running that whole entire program? How does that work?
So when we first launched this program, we were also using treasury funds, and the treasury requirements provided that no more than 10% of the funds could be used for administration. So we've been falling in line with those kind of requirements. We also, with Nahasda, you can use up to 20% for administration, but so far we've been at 15% whenever we've used Nahasda funds. So there is a certain percentage that is set aside for administration of the program.
And the employees that administer these programs, are they Nahasda trained?
Yes.
Okay.
We did, we had HUD technical assistance in December of 2022, and they went over admissions and occupancy training to understand all of the requirements to determine income eligibility. So we did.
Because that whole program is different from just the city rental programs that they use against the Nahasda, so I was just wondering how that happens.
Yes,
Thank you.
we did. We also did this training also for the Waimanalo Kupuna Housing Property Management Company as well. So we did go through that training. The DHHL Kupuna Rental Assistance Program, we had intended to launch this program in January of this year. But what ended up happening was we needed to do a lot of reports for a lot of the federal funds we received, so we delayed it. Didn't start till April of this year, but still 25 kupuna on the wait list have been approved and an additional 70 applications are being considered. You know, we've continued to learn as we've used these programs, so there is an actual dashboard on CNHA's website that gives live updates of how many people, where they are in the queue. So where they are across the state, where they reside. So we have that as well. So you know what island they reside on, so you can see which beneficiaries are being served in each area. So again, some of the things we've learned and improved upon. Next is the DHHL Disability Rental Assistance Program. After we did some initial research and conversations, this program got very complicated very quickly. How do you determine disability? Is it mental? Well, how do you factor in mental disability? Now you have HIPAA, medical privacy issues. So we actually opted to not move this program forward, and we're just focusing on the kupuna rental subsidy. Our wait list shows that the vast majority of our people are kupuna. If we find that we have a large amount of disabled people that are being marginalized, we'll definitely consider it, but it just got way too complicated, way too fast. So that's why we didn't move that program forward. Next is housing counseling. Again, anyone who utilizes Nahasda assistance is required to complete housing counseling. So we do offer it to anyone who got homeowner financing, the home repair, these emergency rental. And so with Hawaiian Community Assets, we were able to serve 102 households in this fiscal year. Homeowner assistance is probably where we spent the most of our funds. Homeowner assistance is for lessees who were impacted by COVID and possibly facing lease cancellation. I'm understanding that contested case hearings have become before this commission, and you folks are aware of the program. And so we've been able to help. Again, CNHA is our vendor for that. 234 lessees were assisted with Nahasda funds during this year, and 133 were reported in the prior fiscal year. But again, a significant number of our families who were impacted by COVID that we've been able to assist. Next is existing potable water infrastructure improvements. We've supported the work that LDD has done in improving Anahola and Ho'olehua water systems. Some of the funding came from Nahasda. And so that's the expenditures for that program item. Housing conversion, this is where the funding for the Yorktown, which this commission thankfully did approve that item. That was just heard. We did have a contractor that helped us with the RFP, and this contractor will also be helping us with the beneficiary consultation to talk about the programming. We have G70 under contract. So we'll work on that to hopefully address some of your questions, Commissioner, and to have those conversations about programming. Housing conversion is also where we have the activity for Uluke Kukui. And so that's where you'll see any reporting, because these are buildings that exist on Hawaiian homelands that need to be repaired or renovated. Next is property acquisition. We had PBR under contract to look at. We looked at a number of sites. The priority was on Oahu. The Oahu Island Plan does say that we have the least amount of land and the most amount of applicants, and we don't have enough land to serve the applicants on the wait list. We do have a report. The gist of was we looked at a number of locations. We sort of narrowed down and shortlisted 3. One of them did respond to the RFP, which was the parcel in Eva that we are looking at acquiring. It is in the E1 item that LDD has addressed. And so looking to potentially utilize Nahasda to acquire those lands, because they are looking at 70 single family and 72 multifamily. So it'd be 12 buildings with 6 units each. So technically 4 units are on the first floor, and then 2 in the middle, there's 2 gonna be upstairs. So, but I know E1 will probably include that discussion, but that's the property acquisition that was in the housing plan. And then finally, I know this commission has often been, really focused on crime prevention and the issues there, and, has made it very clear that this commission is looking at, through the general plan, at legislation that the state would fund this effort. And so, we're continuing to support that effort in whichever way we can. And then I anticipate that when this commission does look at a draft legislative package, that there will be a bill on that issue. And then we have planning and administration, which covers primarily staff. And then we do have contracts with a vendor that does inspections for our housing. We have a vendor that helps with our environmental. We have a hazard abatement vendor. So these are the types of services that we have under planning administration. So again, this is draft. Please take the time to review. And if you folks have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them here or at a later time. I know this was a lengthy submittal with the idea that in August, we hope that this commission will accept the annual performance report, and then I subsequently submit it to HUD once the commission has accepted. So,
Commissioners, any questions?
Thank you.
Go
One
ahead.
last one. So under crime prevention, you show 0. I think my question is, and you know how we keep discussing the crime in our homesteads, yeah? So does Nahasa funds help crime reduction in homesteads where they have neighborhood security watch programs? Does can they obtain Nahasa funds to help them with their programs? Because, go ahead.
short answer is the guidance that I've received from HUD is yes, as long as it's not the same type of services that government should be providing. So if the police department should be providing those services, the intention is not to do it in order for these services to not be performed by someone else. However, if it is to complement the services, we can. One of the things we've always struggled with, and I'll be frank with you, that I've been struggling with, and I haven't had clear guidance, is this is supposed to serve families whose income doesn't exceed 80%. How do we make that determination in a community that these families are 80% and below? And that's where I've always struggled with it. And that's why I really appreciate Commissioner Awo, and I'm hopeful we can get some kind of movement at the state legislature, because that would be the better way. Then we don't have to deal with this if their income doesn't exceed and those type of issues. That's where I've struggled the most, frankly, with Nahasda. But we were doing our best to be here and supportive, because as you folks know, I don't have to tell you, we have one enforcement officer. So it was, if this was a vehicle that we could try to use, we just wanted to have options on the table.
And the reason I ask is because in Nanakuli, run by Pastor Alan Cardenas, who has a very, very strong neighborhood security watch, because we just don't get the county's help. And so communities are developing neighborhood security watches on their own in their homesteads. And so when I say that we don't get the county's help, that means that these groups don't get equipment, to go out there and secure their Ahapu'aha area. So, fundings does help to develop these programs to be stronger in our homesteads. But hopefully we can, dialogue on that and move forward to support the NSWs. Thank you.
I have.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. So I have one comment for those of you on the PIG enforcement. I've not forgotten about us, just needed to get through June and July. So in August, I expect to stand everybody up to get through that. The other question I have for you, Lehua, when there's a growing call for kupuna housing, which I support, but when we talk about the Waimanalo model, that's a little bit different from what we normally would do, right? Can you explain to this commission how that is set up?
So the Waimanalo model, as I understand it, was afforded low-income housing tax credits to develop, and so it has to stay for a certain period of time and has to serve certain incomes. And so one of my concerns about the kupuna model, as much as like you, I support it. Frankly, if it wasn't for the subsidy from Nahasda, I don't know if these developments would pencil.
Yeah.
So it's Nahasda that's supporting the rental assistance to these kupuna that is keeping these types of. So one thing that this commission may need to think about is maybe having a commercial component with it so that it can sort of this idea of penciling out. That being said, the other model that we've done, rather than doing, that's sort of more what you call project-based rental assistance. So you have a location and you have 80 units here at this facility. The other type of assistance, which, frankly, is a model that I think for Nahasda we've really embraced, is that there are kupuna right now who are residing in units across the state of Hawaii in the homes of their choice. And what we're doing is we're subsidizing that. So no more than 30% of their income goes towards the rent. And then anything above the 30% Nahasda will subsidize. So in theory, their rent could be $1,500. I'm just gonna throw out an example. And you calculate it, maybe 30% is only 1,000. So Nahasda would subsidize the 500, but we also put in that housing counseling. So now what we're trying to do, because this kupuna is on the wait list, is, okay, what do you do with that $500? Do you start to pay down some of your debts so that when these lot awards happen in the future, these families, these kupuna will be positioned, and not where we've seen in the past where because they're not ready, they often aren't the ones who select. So that's what we're trying to do, because all of these families are 80% and below. And so that's the program we have with CNHA, and we do have a dashboard. I do know this chair is very excited. We've had some preliminary meetings with Lunalilo Trust. And so we are looking at partnering with Nahasda to look at kupuna housing in locations across the state. But I have raised one of my concerns is making sure whatever we do, we have to watch sustainability, because I'm grateful we have Nahasda and we can support, we can provide, but I'm just thinking worst case scenario, what if we didn't have it? So at least we make sure some kind of mechanism to create that sustainability over time is what I would recommend.
Yeah, thank you. I would agree with that. Also, I'm trying to wrap my head around when we talk about kupuna housing in its generic form. How does that connect us to waitlist reduction? I don't necessarily know how we would go about doing that,
So, I mean, I think what I would point to in Act 279, it does reference the plan which this commission adopted, and it did talk about the 2020 beneficiary study, which did identify that 76% of those on the wait list are looking for a lot, so to your point. But there was a percentage that is cited in the report that are open to rentals as options, and kupunas being one. I think there is a segment, but to your point, identifying what communities, what portion, and I think we have that data in the 2020 study to at least identify some of that they would potentially be on the wait list, but be served with some kind of housing.
yeah, I think the number was 17%, if I recall. But okay, thank you.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Lewa, just another question for you. Regarding like the island of Molokai, there's quite a few homesteaders that really need housing assistance. But my thing is, we gotta need to identify those people that's not really coming out in public if they meet the threshold 80%. And I wanted to know if there's a way where the department would be able to do a workshop for these people as to how they can, if they're qualified. Because a lot of them, they're not gonna come out, but there's a lot of homes that are really in bad shape that really needs assistance. But, whether it's the block grant funding or Nahasda. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that to your attention because I think we have quite a few people that meet this income level that would qualify, but they wouldn't know how to go about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And that's what I want to see for the department to assist these beneficiaries.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. So, well, definitely, I'm grateful to Juan. Recently, he invited us out to Molokai, and we did Cynthia and Juan did speak to some kupuna on Molokai, but we can always do more. And so I appreciate that, and we're very open. In fact, with CNHA, we are planning to do what we're calling resource fairs, where we go out and share about Nahasda, what some of the requirements are, and then if we have people who need assistance right away while we're going with CNHA, is they can literally sign people up while we're there, is the hope. So in any event, we can always do more, and I appreciate that, and we'd be more than willing to work with you to identify when is maybe some good times and dates and locations, and be happy to do that.
I'll talk to Juan about that. Maybe Juan, you want to?
Yeah, just as information, Commissioner, and again, thank you for that question. As Lehua indicated, department staff, HSD, as well as Nahasa staff attended a meeting with approximately 20 kupuna at Alulike. Sorry, I lost track of time. I think it was on Wednesday, this past Wednesday. And the focus was, and again, the meeting was requested by certain kupuna beneficiaries who wanted more information with respect to successorship of leases, as well as successorship to application rights. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I extended that invitation for DHHL to appear to have Nahasda representation to provide information specifically on the rental subsidy for kupunas. As you can imagine, like any other meetings that we have, a lot of questions are outside the boundaries of the subject matter. One of those were specifically loan financing. So the department is working. I sent out an email yesterday to Alulike, not yesterday, but last week, to Ms. Domingo, who requested that previous meeting. Based on the request at the meeting, I'm trying to schedule another follow-up meeting specifically having to do with loan programs that are available to beneficiaries with regards to repairing homes, et cetera. So we are looking at the latter part of August, but we haven't set up a date yet because I'm waiting for Ms. Domingo to respond.
Yeah, Juan, thank you, because I did speak to a kupuna at another meeting on Molokai and said if I was going to attend that Wednesday meeting. I said I already obligated to something else, but yeah, so thank you. So maybe we can continue the.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Lehua. So I attended the, I guess that not, I attended the celebration. I guess you had Secretary Fudge here from HUD on, I'm not sure what date, but I was here. Was this put together by DHHL, your staff, or CNHA?
So what occurred there was we received an email from HUD. We didn't have a lot of time, frankly, that Secretary Fudge was going to be in town. Huge opportunity to have HUD secretary here. I was under the impression she was going to spend time with the county. She only spent time with us, so even more. But again, this was fluid. We didn't know. Originally, it was for 2 hours. Then it was cut down to 45 minutes. So the request that really came from HUD was to see if we could highlight some of the ways that we've assisted beneficiaries, which is why we had the presentations from the beneficiaries that shared. One is a Ka'ulo Kaha'i who is in pre-construction, and she shared about housing counseling and how critical that was to prepare her for home ownership. Then we had one Kanihili Lesi, and she shared about, she really has a amazing story, yeah, with her
Correct.
son who's in the coma. And so how they, with Habitat, they built the home specifically so that the son could come into the home. So that was the other one. And then the third one was because we had just launched our Kupuna rental subsidy program in April. We had wanted to highlight that. So the intent was to, and CNHA, I did ask, you know, for some kind of cultural protocol, because my understanding was she was not gonna have any cultural protocol while she was here. And I happened to have been in DC at the 100th anniversary of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act when Secretary Holland had attended. And Mehana did such a beautiful cultural protocol for her that I really felt it was appropriate that we should have that same kind of level of cultural protocol, which is why Mehana
Yeah.
did the.
No, I'm not
okay.
really questioning the culture protocol, which is great. So my question was, did we know that the Senator Hirono was gonna be here and also Congressman Jill Tokuda? I mean, I guess my question is the lack of, well, the commissioners, I live in Oahu, so I had the opportunity to attend. It was a last minute text invite, you know, and so I think it was really important that the commissioners, if they knew what was going on, to have even try to be here with Secretary Fudge and our congressional people here. I mean, how often do our congressional representatives come here, you know, on something as so important as that? And so from that ceremony that you have, they made a really good point on Nahaza is that spending it, and if you don't spend it, the Fed's not going to give it, correct?
Yes.
And I think that's really important, that kind of really highlighted the whole evening is that if we don't spend these Nahaza funds, we can't fill our bank account again, yeah?
Yes.
And so with that, I guess we're moving to see Nahaza fundings are going to be spent in different projects like that. So,
Yes.
yeah, it was a good ceremony, you know. I think it's networking with CNHA, with the department, Hawaiian Homes, but yeah.
I don't think I got confirmation of our elected officials till like that
Oh,
day.
they just
or-
popped up?
I mean, it was, again, it was fluid and it was a moving conversation with HUD. They were saying no press and then no press. It was constantly evolving. So just so you're aware.
Okay.
Okay, commissioners, if we are done, Jermaine Myers, please come up.
Thank you, Chair. C4 was really important to me because as I've studied the department, Nahasda is a really big bank account that we could tap into as far as beneficiaries. And in this report, it shared 12 priorities. And what I was hoping that the commissioners would ask staff is for there's 12 priorities. And priority number 12 was crime prevention and safety, funding for safety, security, and law enforcement measures and activities appropriate to protect residents of homestead communities from crime. And so is it possible because we watched a video I watch it when I get home if I don't show up here. We can see the PowerPoint presentation of maybe once a month go through the 12 priorities. But these were 12 priorities for 2023 fiscal year. So my question now is like, what is the 2024 fiscal year, which started on July 1st, 2023? What is those priorities that were given to Nahasda? But so with these 12 priorities, like when Lihu had answered the question about not sure about the 80% AMI, in this report, it states that 56% of the lessees residing on DHHL land are eligible for Nahasda. So 56%. So out of the 9,209, 5,157 lessees residing on DHHL are eligible households for Nahasda. So my question is, like, when it comes to crime prevention, if you're going to award it to, say, a security watch group, do they have to make sure that, okay, we can't prevent crime on the 81%? Is that what the question, or like when OHA was challenged, went up to the Supreme Court, they said, as long as you spend your funding on a, a percentage of the entire group is Hawaiian, then it's okay to serve that entire group. And so I'm just wanting to know, like, can there be clarification? So when we watch a presentation, we understand these different opportunities that are available, but also the requirement behind it, so that we can get those monies out to our communities and we can prevent these things and we can, help these resources connect with those individuals that most need it. Mahalo.
So I'll try to address, so for what was approved by the commission or accepted February 2023, there was a draft housing plan, which was accepted in March of 2023. I would say the vast majority of this is the same. I've taken out the down payment assistance because I just explained to you folks what HUD advised us. And I know that was replaced by developer financing. But I believe most of this is the same. I've replaced the DHHL Disability Rental Assistance Program with rental assistance for units that are on Hawaiian homelands, so that like we can assist like La'iopua, for example, because they're on Hawaiian homelands and they do have a rental program, and so we could do rental vouchers there. But I will say most of it is the same. Crime prevention was actually removed from the housing plan. I think the ideal was, again, based on what this commission and the movement towards the state legislature, that was the intention. However, we, again, these conversations can continue to occur, and I'm excited about the PIG and next legislative session. Maybe we can get more movement in terms of resources for crime prevention. So I hope that at least helps address.
Yes, so I think if I heard the question correctly, and Jermaine, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think the question is, if we utilize the funding to serve that group that we were intended to serve, could that not expand to everybody else as part of that larger group, or is that truly specific to that one group?
I think a more appropriate approach might be if we can get a sense of what percentage, so there's census data, right? And we have our homesteads. If we get an idea of what percentage of the homestead is 80% and below, and what percentage exceeds, maybe utilizing that percentage of NAHASDA funds is easier to justify than using the entire amount of NAHASDA funds, because it's serving some community members that are over 80%. That might be a better approach, to just use a percentage rather than the entire.
Okay, so thank you. So we can address that in the PIG. Yeah, I don't want to make things more complicated than necessary. Thank you.
Wait, one last one.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So under the Home Assistant Program, my question is, what is NAHASA reporting requirements when you grant funds to nonprofits to help families?
So I'm sorry, which one are you speaking to?
I'm looking, well, that is my question. What is NAHASA reporting requirements when you grant funds to nonprofits to help families?
Okay, so when we grant funds to nonprofits to help families, there is reporting. Most of the reporting we did was through Treasury, so there were separate reports to Treasury. We did compile the numbers for NAHASDA funds, so these are the types of reporting. We are required to do self-monitoring. HUD did actually conduct monitoring as well and did review some of the files. So we do this as regularly as we can, minimally at least once a year.
Okay, so programs like that, so if you do provide funding and they don't use the entire 500,000 or something, does it come back to NAHASA, or that nonprofit will hold on to the rest of the funding?
It unencumbers, so it comes back to
You get that
NAHASA.
back?
Yes.
Okay. Was there?
Well, it never went to them. So what happens is, so what's typical is, like, so right now I have a contract with CNHA using NAHASDA funds for 10 million for emergency rental assistance. We didn't anticipate that we were gonna get American Rescue Plan Act funds and Treasury funds, so we didn't use that much of NAHASDA as we had anticipated, which is great. So what'll happen is that contract is set to expire in December. They only invoice us as the funds are expended, And so whatever balance is gonna be left, we'll just unencumber. So we didn't give them the 10 million, it's just a contract, and then we issue as the funds are expended.
So it's open for Nahaza to grant funds to nonprofit organizations then?
When
that
we,
open?
you need to, we usually put it out for bid, we usually follow state procurement, and whoever responds to the bid is how we contract out for services.
Was there a program already, was there a nonprofit that used Nahaza funds for a home repair, do you know?
In the past, there was. Now we've been doing those in-house, so we haven't issued it out to a nonprofit. Just so you know, it's very complex. They have to do the environmental review. They have to do Davis-Bacon. I'm very open under this new administration. I think Chair is wanting to see about maybe putting this out to bid with contractors. I'm open to see what way we can be most effective. I'm not wedded to anything, but there are a number of requirements.
Okay. Yeah, I know we work closely with CNHA, so I guess my question is, was CNHA one of the nonprofits that attained Nahaza funds to repair a home?
Not for, we didn't put out a bid for home repair.
Oh, okay.
They only bid for the homeowner assistance is for that mortgage assistance during COVID.
Correct.
So they have our COVID, which isn't for home
But nothing
repair.
to repair and build?
No, nothing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, mahalo.
Thank you, Lehua. Item D1.
What item? Oh, sorry.
Good
Thank
afternoon,
you.
Commissioners. Before you are the various reports from Homestead Services Division associated with the department's lease count, the application numbers, as well as the delinquency reports from our loan services branch. I do want to highlight the updated or revised report from our applications branch. As you may recall, Nicole Bell from our applications branch did a presentation for information only from transitioning to the previous report to what it is now. And primarily, the purpose of transitioning was to eliminate some of the manual calculations that applications was doing in order to provide you with its report on a monthly basis. So this transition now is based on our Apex application system that spits out basically a report of the statistics having to do with applications. So this is the most accurate report that we've provided you through the years, eliminating possible inaccuracies through manual counting. And of course, Loan Services Branch is continuing to do its due diligence with regards to compelling or advising lessees the importance of paying. You may see a slight downturn with regards to the overall delinquency rate. I think it went down by 0.5%. And again, that's due to loan services staff doing what is expected of them with, again, compelling the lessees the importance of making those monthly payments. And we are continuing our efforts with regards to, again, contested case hearing progress.
You have to help LMD to do that much. Thank you.
So unless you have any questions, I know you guys have had a long morning already.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I do. Do you need a motion?
No, this is just for your information only.
So, thank you. And since I have you here and it's been on my heart here, I just wanted to put it out, Luan, that maybe we can have other discussion on, when we talk about, and our chairman always talks about, let's think out of the box, let's think out of the box. I'm gonna think out of the box. And so it's just the abandoned home situation that we have. And not only for my coast, but other ahupua'as around the island. We keep saying we have 29,000 waitlisters. then if we keep saying we have 29,000 waitlisters, we need to do something about all these abandoned homes that sit there, deteriorate, all boarded up for years. I mean, really, for years. We have one that has been 21 years in Nanakuli and is just totally unacceptable next to my
Absolutely.
pastor's house, and you know where that is.
Yes.
So, you know, when I see these things, I think of waitlisters could get into these houses, whether it's Nanakuli, Waianae, Molokai. We went for a tour, we saw all of these abandoned homes. So I think that this should also be a priority, how we can get our waitlisters into these homes. I don't know what the process is, but I mean, we gotta think out of the box and get this process moving, don't you think so?
Yes, I agree. And
Thank you.
the chairman has been making strides with regards to addressing that. I am aware that he has brought on additional staff to specifically take care of those abandoned homes that you're referring to. HSD is also coordinating with other divisions to move forward with addressing these properties, including the need to demolish the homes. But unfortunately, that is a lengthy and slow process with regards to making certain that the process addresses demolishing the home, because the homes have been constructed a number of years ago. There are hazardous materials that must be addressed during the demolition process. So we are working with staff that have expertise in that field.
And I thank you for that, but a lot of these homes, if there's hazardous materials, then you better get these squatters out of there, because they live in those homes.
Yes.
And they interrupt the regular beneficiaries that try to live, work, and play in their community. And I'm not here to drill you or anything. I'm here to work with the department to see, let's think out of the box and let's look at this problem around our entire Ahapu'aha, is that the waitlisters, we continue to say that, well, let's get all these abandoned homes fixed, get somebody in there.
Yes,
And
I
I
agree.
just
And
want
I
to
think
bring
the
that
department
very,
does agree with that
very
position.
nicely, and so that's something that, and I commend your team, because I see Nicole there, I commend her team in helping a lot of beneficiaries that I referred to your department to get on the list. She's quickly been working on these beneficiaries. Mahalo, mahalo. There are now waitlisters, proud waitlisters. And so thank you for your team to pushing that 180% and really graciously helping them. They have very good comments on your team that are
Yes,
helping them to get on the
Yeah,
list. So
behind me is absolutely, in my opinion, the best team that I can possibly have. So kudos to them. I'm
Yeah.
just here before
yeah, we
you,
have
but the work
wonderful,
is done
wonderful
by these
workers.
guys
We
behind me.
do. We absolutely do. And I think working together, we can just move mountains. Yeah.
Amen.
So thank
Sure.
you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you,
Juan.
Chair.
Chair, one more.
Go
Juan,
ahead,
thank
Sam.
you. Yeah, thank you for all your help, Juan, and of course, your team. Yeah, I'm glad Patty has brought this important topic up because, regarding those structures or abandoned homes that's exposed to the community, I think more so, I'm concerned about the health and safety. Not only, it's the people that live around these homes. I mean, it can be dangerous besides toxic. So like Patty mentioned about thinking about out of the box, there's people are eager to get out and qualify themselves to meet to get certified or whatever, to remove it themselves as a group or a church group, to go out there and remove all those things, and put on the right outfits to do that, but I don't know if anybody approached you on Molokai, because there's a church there that in the back of the church, you could see it off the highway. It's, it just collapsed about 4 years ago and it's still there. So I'm really concerned about the health and safety and just the visual, I mean, I know you guys got a lot on your plate, but is there any way we can figure out if you need to contract somebody to do that? One, I know you got procedures, but it's an eyesore. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Wait, you know why too? Because I don't live Molokai, but I had to call Molokai Hero here, yeah? Because his beneficiary called me about the church. So they built a new church. The old church sits there, all down on the ground, yellow tape around it. They built a new church. And so they're trying to get that old church developed, but the department says, how, like Nazi, how, wait, you gotta wait. And so you have a beautiful new church, but then right next door, you have the roof down, everything down, and you have the yellow tape going on. So, I mean, I'm kind of confused. I mean, and so I told her, talk to Molokai Hero here, and he can do it. And so I kind of referred my, Kuleana to Molokai. So this is what we were looking at, is that how can we work with and clean it up and move forward? Because not all structures has asbestos or things like that, but it has to be done, and the church people wanted to clear it. So,
Yeah, unfortunately, that's outside of Homestead Services Division, but I'm
Okay.
sure Kahana is listening somewhere.
yeah, he is.
but
I see him
you
writing
can-
everything down. I know, it's more work, but
Okay.
thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you,
commissioners.
Juan. Mahalo.
Molokai Hero.
So, everyone, we're going to reconvene at about 1:20. We're going to take lunch. Just for your information, we have for action 2 items, E1, F6. And for information only, E2, E3, G2, and G3. Okay, mahalo.
Mr. Chair, we're
Yes.
gonna eat here.
Okay. Aloha, everyone. We are back in session and we are starting with item E3.
Which item, I'm sorry?
E3.
Oh, sorry, E2. Sorry, the
Oh,
screen is
I'm
on the wrong
sorry.
one.
I'm sorry. Looking at the wrong screen. E2.
E what?
Kalamai.
E2.
E2.
Okay.
What the heck is E2? Where is that?
Aloha, Stuart.
E2.
Now, let's see, are we, okay,
Can't hear you.
testing.
This can take
Again, aloha, Vice Chair,
Aloha.
and Commissioners.
Aloha.
Item E2 is for information only. It is an encumbrance report as of June 30th, 2023. Please strike out from the submittal the term acting after my name, Stuart Matsunaga.
Oh.
But I don't know, after this month, you might want to
Go back to acting.
go back.
Congratulations,
So in summary, for fiscal year 23, the commission had approved an allotment of $172,750,000 for the projects that were listed on Exhibit A. End result being that as of the close of the fiscal year, June 30th, 2023, the department was able to encumber $193,750,000 from Act 279 funds. In addition to the Act 279 general funds, we also encumbered over $9 million for the North Kona development, the Giannulias site. That was a legislative CIP from Act 88. And so that was from CIP funds. We also utilized approximately $2 million of trust funds, the T902 monies for the Wailuku single-family residence and the Wai'ehu Mauka projects. Those funds came from monies that were deposited as a result of negotiation of affordable housing credits funds. So that was put into trust funds approximately 6 years ago, and it was as a result of affordable housing credits to Dowling Company, and who deposited $4 million into DHHL funds in return for the affordable housing credits. And so those funds can only be used in Maui County, and so we felt this was a prudent use of the funds to supplement Act 279. So that's a summary of the encumbrances as of June 30th, 2023.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead,
So,
Dennis.
On, let's see, page 2, where it says East Kapolei 2A, I know last month we had discussed this about multifamily rental development that should read rent to purchase. I think that was agreed to change that. And I just.
That is correct, Commissioner. That's
Thank
my
you.
bad. I didn't strike it off the
No problem.
table.
And on the next page, just need a clarification on proposal C, Kaumana Avalon Development. I don't understand the narrative there, the status. Can you tell me what all that means?
This proposal included, the original proposal included acquisition and development.
Okay.
And so what the department determined was that we would go forward with the acquisition, but that the development cost we felt was too high, basically. And so we only did the acquisition of this property.
We've acquired it then.
Yes, we have.
Yeah. Just one other comment, and that's in your, on page 2, where it says reconvening the PIG is no longer suggested. First of all, thank you for suggesting reconvening the PIG. I will ask the chair to reconvene the PIG, not just for projects, but for items that were open in the original PIG proposal to the commission. Several items, as I can recall, assisting with down payments. That item was never fully resolved, and I think also there's a provision for $60 million for organizations or folks that had other ideas that should be evaluated by the PIG moving forward. So I'd like to have that PIG reinstated, Chair. Or we can pass it on. I can send an email to the chair, but since you're the vice chair, I'm making that request.
I'm sorry, I was drifting. Can you say that again, please?
This is another acting vice chair. So what I'm asking is that the strategic plan PIG be reenacted to address specifically some areas that we didn't fully complete. And one of those areas was down payment for beneficiaries, how we deal with that, the amount, so on and so forth. And I think the second one was dealing with $60 million we set aside to review any items that beneficiaries had or organizations. And I think that's important moving forward, that we have some kind of a plan on how we're going to do that. So my request is to reinstate the PIG, which I will volunteer to chair.
Okay, noted for the record. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Stuart.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Stuart. Question. When you do purchase additional lands, the HHL does, under the Act 279, or even without 279, is there someone in the department negotiates with the companies or the private owner? Let's say if the price is a certain amount, do you guys try to get the price, bring the price down in any way or form? You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to know if the department does, and who does the negotiations with?
Okay, so on these original offers, it was in response to request for proposals issued in November. The proposals are reviewed by an internal committee, and then recommendations are made to the chair. Okay, so what the committee does do is to evaluate the parcel that is being offered, and typically what we look at is what is the appraisal amount of that parcel. And so that is what we base it on. And so I don't know all the details on this one, but it was evaluated by the committee as being appropriate for acquisition at $2 million.
Yeah, I just want to look at some savings, and this, to me, one of the areas of trying to save some of these monies is to try to bring the price down. If your committee sees something where, it's not worth this amount, but it's this amount, and then you make the you make the counter offer to the, you know what I'm saying? So I'm
Yes.
just,
That's a real good point. I want to also just add that we have another proposal which we are continuing to look at. We felt that the offer price was too high, and so we went out and we did our own appraisal, and will, if it goes through, then we would have a savings from that. So,
that's-
point well taken.
yeah, that's where I was coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Stuart, maybe Darrell can help me on Calpea. And so my question is, Darrell, I think, did you meet with the Calpea Homestead folks on the Calpea project? Anyway, so Calpea, we're looking at 60 homes developed there, and was there any conversation by the homesteaders on still wanting a park there? Can you highlight the commission on Calpea? Thank
Yes,
you.
in fact, I attended a meeting with the Calpea residents last week and informed them that we did get 3 proposals. All 3 were proposing roughly 60 units with a very small allocation for a park and mailbox center. Of course, they weren't happy about that or thrilled about that, but they did understand that our mission was to maximize the number of housing units available.
Okay, so
And we're still, we had best and final offers submitted by the 3 developers on Friday. And so we're evaluating those and we'll come up with a recommendation shortly.
I'm not gonna jump the gun, but how big is these proposed homes that we're gonna be looking at? 5,500 square foot, 7,000? What are we looking at in sizes?
We directed the developers to plan on a 5,000 square foot minimum, which is what our usual is for Oahu.
Okay. Well, we were lucky then in the past to have our property bigger. Okay. But so they understand that the park is maybe will be on their wish list, that we're going to concentrate with 279 to build the 60 unit homes there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Darrell.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. Stuart, thank you. So just a couple of questions, comments. First off, so this table that you provided is what we've encumbered, so it's close to 200 million, yeah. What I would also be interested in is what other projects are in the works. I know we've had that before, yeah. Because I'm really curious about Hawaii Island. So next time we get update, besides just what we've committed to, what are we looking at to spend down more? And there was a point that in time we discussed that we had to spend the 600 million by June 2024 and not 25 or what? You remember that discussion? And we was talking about maybe asking the ledge for extension, da 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 da. What is the status of that situation?
According to, if you read Act 279 in the statutes, it is identified as the lapsing date of June 30th, 2025. However, we were informed that according, and maybe I need some help from Alana, is that according to the Constitution, that the allowance for lapsing is 2 years from the appropriation date because it was in the second year of the biennium. Okay, so we're at this point where we're not real clear. I think if Chair was here, what he's told staff is that we're gonna encumber that all before next June 30th, 2024.
Okay.
Is our target.
Right.
And hence, that's why we tried to push as much as we could during the first year. You know, that's again, you know, political strategy, and I think what we're trying to do is to move the projects out as fast as we can, including what we have planned for Hawaii Island, and we will definitely share that with the commission, not just Hawaii Island, but all
state,
islands,
yeah.
because we do have projects statewide.
Yeah, no, so, yeah, that's my understanding. Thank you for instilling that, my understanding, understand it better again. But yeah, and not to take away, I'm really interested in all islands, all areas, updates as to what's in the works. So appreciate that, thank you.
Can I just add that it's my understanding that that the projects listed in the second year really do not change. We did have some issues with the first year projects which pushed it back. Other projects got moved up. And so, yeah, we do have to make those adjustments to the timing and the dollar amounts as we go forward.
Yeah, because even in previous tables, there was the phase 2 Honomu and some upper Kamana area, right?
Correct, yes.
Projects. A quick question, on the proposal C, the Kamana, in the status, it says, currently land bank, and then it says Honolulu is priority area. Was that a misspelling? Should it be Honolulu?
Honomu is the priority area.
Okay, so it is a misspelling then, yeah? It's in the status table for Hawaii Proposal C, the last sentence. It's in.
Kalamai, yeah, it says Honolulu. It's supposed to be Honomu.
It is Honolulu, okay.
It is Honomu.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So to that, we're in design for that second phase of Honomu, and that the first phase is under construction now. It's scheduled to be completed in early part of next year, so that we can go forward with awards similar to what we've done in Panaeva.
Okay. Thank you, Stuart.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I had one more, if I
Go
may.
ahead.
Thank you. So Stuart, on the E2 Exhibit A at the bottom, Oahu, this is Proposal A, Ewa Villages / Haseko. So you have 142, and then when you say source of Nahaza in your status, can you explain that? Are we looking at any rentals in this proposal in the Ewa project?
I can explain Nahasda. The 17.6 million is for the acquisition. We're using Nahasda funds rather than the Act 279 monies. So we'll deploy Nahasda there for the purchase. As far as the development, that agreement is still in process yet. It is, from my understanding, multifamily. Now, whether it's going to be rental or lease, that's it's not determined yet.
Okay, so this is the Ewa property. You have two parcels in this whole Proposal A, two parcels from Haseko that the department will purchase, correct?
We have one parcel in the Ewa Villages. It's actually in closer to East Kapolei.
Yeah, it's on Mi'ula
versus-
Street.
This is
Ewa-
different from the Ewa that the government site that we near the golf course.
No,
that's different,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
on Mi'ula Street. This is on by Renton Road. This is the Haseko property. There's two parts of property that you're purchasing, the department, correct?
I'm gonna have to
Darryl?
ask my specialist.
And this is the Haseko vacant property, correct, Darryl,
Yeah,
that
it's
you're
one-
purchasing?
One property, I think you may be a little confused because there are two development concepts involved here.
Correct.
One section is multifamily.
Correct.
I believe it's townhouses. And the other section is single-family lots, but in a cluster formation. So I think they're relatively small lots by our standards, about 3,500 square foot to 4,000 square feet, but all being serviced by a cul-de-sac. So that it's one parcel, but again, two separate development
Yeah,
concepts.
two separate parcels, correct. And then in the middle, you have like on Independent Senior, then you have the two Haseko properties that you folks are gonna purchase. So in this property proposal my question was, is there rentals that are gonna be there?
It could be rentals or it could be for sale. So we have, like Thursday, we haven't determined that yet.
Okay, so we're purchasing it from Haseko.
Correct.
And is Haseko the developers?
Yeah, they would be the developers. Again, they responded to the RFP for acquisition and or development. And so we accepted both their proposal to sell the property to us as well as develop it afterwards.
So there was an RFP that went out on this.
Yeah, this was part of that overall RFP for statewide acquisition.
Okay, so we purchased a property from Haseko and then Haseko got the RFP. They're gonna be the developers to this project, correct?
They're one of the developer owners that responded to the RFP, yes.
And we still don't know what multi-houses, we're not sure if we're gonna have rentals or townhouses or.
We're basically buying their development concepts because they were so far along in the process. They had subdivision, for instance, and plans approved. So we're continuing with that, but it's just not known how we'll be disposing of the units once they're developed.
So eventually, when this moves forward, Darryl, this department will be doing beneficiary consultation?
That I don't know. It probably would be good to have it to determine what types of disposition we should do, whether it be rentals or a leasehold.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Sure.
Commissioners, go ahead, Zach.
Thank you. Yeah, Stuart, yeah, you've encumbered over 200 million out of the Act 279 so far, correct? 200 million, is that?
Close to, yes.
Okay, so you have 400 million in the bank left. I don't see anything on Molokai yet, and I'm just curious to know when are you folks working on the Molokai project? So in case people ask me, I have an answer.
I believe what's included for Molokai is new lots in Naiva subdivision, as well as the whole Lehua scattered lots. Because these were intended as new leases, we have other areas like Kalamu'ula ag lots or the greater quantity of Naiva ag lots that are already awarded.
So you're gonna add more lots in Naiva, is that what you're saying?
Adding 16 lots in Naiva, at least 16. We might have to revisit that number.
Yeah, in addition to what there is now.
Yes,
Okay. And then, of course, the scattered lots.
the scattered
And
lots.
then the Kalamu'ula ag lots, is that also included?
Kalamu'ula ag lots are already awarded. So we're going into, similar to Naiva, is to start the environmental assessment and the design work.
And
for that.
funding, you're going to the ledge.
This is, I believe, it could be ledge funds and maybe supplemented with trust funds, but that was in the June submittal commission approved
I've seen that, yeah.
line item for that, for
Thank you.
Kalamu'ula ag lots.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Stuart? Okay, if not, thank you, Stuart.
Thank you for the update.
Oh, you have one more,
appreciate it.
Stuart, don't leave, E3.
Okay, Item D3 is the Papakolea and Eisenberg projects update. This is what will also be shared at the community this evening. Let's see. Mahalo, Mike, for loading it up, and let me know when I can proceed. Typically, we would have our project managers to assist in the discussion of these items. Right now, both are traveling, so they're not able to be here. So I will do the best I can. Okay, so the three areas in the Papakolea region with Kevalo and Kalavahine. Next slide, please. The biggest thing we're doing right now is the sewer improvements. So we've completed phase 1. Next slide, please. And so I'm sorry that the diagram is not that clear, but on the left side, what's shown in red is what was completed at a cost of 13 million. On the phase 2 proposed section, also in red is what is being designed and to be permitted, and construction we anticipate to start in 2024. And the total phase 2 is estimated at $55 million. Phase 2A will be more in the order of about 5. I think that's probably a low number, maybe closer to 7 million, and affects about 3,500 linear feet of 8-inch pipe. We shared with the community what this would be involved in, because there's a lot of properties that might be overlying the pipe, and so we cannot really trench. We cannot remove the house and then trench and replace the pipe. So there's this thing called pipe bursting. Basically, they ram another pipe through it, and then they explode the existing pipe, and then they lay the new pipe. Hence, pipe bursting. Next, please. This is just another diagram of the phase 2A portion. Next slide. Phase 2B is indicated with the blue lines on the, I guess, the northwestern section. What happens is that the sewer lines are below the houses, and so normally you would require some kind of a low pressure pump to pump sewage uphill into the collector lines, and this would require a lot of work with the existing lessees to maintain it. And so we, needless to say, we had a lot of pushback on that. We're looking for an alternative, which is to direct the wastewater downhill to Awaiolimu Street. But that's another very, very high cost. That's where the 50 million comes in. But this would then allow, I guess, easier maintenance by lessees in that area. Okay, next. Again, a lot of sewer easement conditions. The contractors will have to access into the lots, and so typically we would inform the community. There's a lot of structures or plants over sewer lines, because he's has been here for years and years and decades. But we're not able to replace those kinds of improvements. So typically these are maybe unauthorized structures and things like this. So we do have to basically destroy them in order to get the sewer lines in. We got a lot of calls for sewer blockage, but that is really the remediation on the part of the responsibility of the lessee. If it's in the main line, then DHHL will remediate it. And then once we get all of the lines up to city standard, then we can turn over the sewer lines for maintenance by the city. And if commissioners can recall that this is like our part of our colonoscopy work that we do. We fix it and then we turn them over to the city.
Oh, a lot of cleaning.
Kapahu Street rockfall improvements. This is a substantial project, about $7 million to lay rockfall mesh against the slope that has there's been some rocks falling and impacting lessees. Next slide, please. This just shows the topography and what has to be done to remediate. I know this doesn't really say much. Maybe the next few slides will paint a better picture of what actually is going on there. Next slide. Okay, so on the left is what the condition prior to, and then now with the contractors in, they've cleared an area to be able to maintain the slope. Next slide. And what they've been doing is really pulling back all of other loose rocks, trying to flatten out some of the slope areas. And next slide. More of the same. So you can see the treacherous conditions with the homes below. So the next slide is showing the mesh that is put up against the slope to basically stop the rocks from falling. It may get loose, but the chain link is gonna hold it back so it just doesn't tumble off the slope and impact any homes below. Other improvements were made to drainage because what appears to be happening is that drainage coming off of the slope then affects the slope itself and sometimes causes more fractures in the rock and all of that. So upstream we had to put in drainage improvements, and in some cases impacted lots, and so easements will have to be rewritten or approved for some of these areas. Okay. Project 2312 and 2316 Kapahu Street. This is the Kemanagasako duplex. So there was a lot of it seemed like the ground was not really stable, and so there was the house was getting off kilter, and I think the next slide will show you what. Next one, please. So you can see that the foundation or the post is kind of tilting off of the foundation, and so we're going in there with soil nails to basically replumb the house, the foundation. And inside they were experiencing a lot of cracking, windows not closing because the house was tilting. Okay, next slide. Okay, Kauhane Street. This one is, not sure if you recall, the lessees, the Rollins, came to the commission several years ago. It's taken time to actually design this and to construct it. with, the next slide will show some photos of the before and then the after. Or the during and then the after. So the slope is protected by this gunite type or shotcrete type protection. So it's good to finally resolve that one. On Ka'ulula'au Street and 2147 Tantalus, we had some retaining wall stabilization work. Next slide. You can see here that the retaining wall is bowing out from the road, and these retaining walls are integral to the stability of the road itself. So what we had to do was basically almost like pull the wall back into the road with soil nails and then stabilize it further with the shotcrete. So I think this one, the lessee was wanting to rebuild or make improvements to the home, and they couldn't do that until we completed this work. So we're happy that this one is done too. Okay, next couple slides. So this one is still awaiting permitting. We will do pretty much the same type of work, soil nails into the slope or into the roadway, beneath the roadway, and then applying the shotcrete. And then we have a couple of other projects going on in Kalavahine. One was a traffic calming. I don't have a slide for that, but we have one more speed hump to install on Kapahu Street on the Kalavahine side. And then we have a consultant doing geotechnical investigations of homes that were built by Kamehameha Investment Corporation that experiencing some issues with drainage and spalling of concrete pillars. So we have consulting going in there doing further assessment, and we'll come back with recommendations to the department and the commission. So next slide will be 820 Eisenberg, and I'm gonna call up Daryl.
Hello, Commissioners. Just a quick update on 820 Eisenberg Street, the old Bolodrome site. The refresher, we did acquire it back in 1990s, and we issued a request for proposals then August 2019. This slide shows the boundaries of the site as it is now with the old Bolodrome building. Next slide, please. And this is what the developer has proposed. A 23-story, 271-unit high-rise, along with a 4-story parking structure and 7 townhouse units, as well as about 4,600 square feet of retail space at the ground level facing Eisenberg. We did get your approval for a draft environmental assessment and finding of no significant impact back in 2022. Since then, the developer has been working on his financing package, and he did run into a small problem with one of his major loan. It was to be backed by HUD, but they didn't. This is a different section of HUD than the Nahada guys, and so they weren't very clear on Hawaiian Homes, how to do with Hawaiian Homelands. So it took a little while convincing, but we finally got the green light, and so now they're proceeding and looking at construction to start later on this year. with a construction completion in early 2025 and renting up marketing efforts starting in late 2024.
Okay, that is it for E3.
Okay, commissioners, any questions?
Yes, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Dennis.
On your colonoscopy page, it says, any improvements over the sewer line will not be replaced by city. Have we advised, have we lined out the project? Have we advised people that have structures over where we're gonna excavate at this time? Has that been done yet?
Not yet. That is the intent to inform
Okay.
the lessees. The project is still in design yet, so once it's completed and we know the full impacts to each lot, then lessees will be informed. But we did want to kind of update the community that it is coming in 2024, and we'll continue to update.
And as we're doing this project, is the county or is the city and county accepting as we move, or will they have to wait till it's complete before they accept?
The city will accept the maintenance of the sewer lines if each section is completed. So if the section is completed to their connection point, then they will accept that portion.
Okay.
But if there's segments that are not tied together, they won't accept those segments. Yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
Chair.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Patty.
Thank you. So let's look at the Eisenberg redevelopment project. So this is a vertical project. I mean, it goes high.
Yeah.
And so the below will be open for rental space, correct?
Yeah, that's the intent, rental space, rental units for short to medium term.
Yeah.
And the objective being that it gives the beneficiaries time to fix up their finances, either pay down debt and or build equity, so that when a for sale project is ready, they can be eligible, qualified.
And this just reminds me of these projects that come up and then they have maybe rental spaces, but it's never a rental space where beneficiaries can afford and be entrepreneurships, and and I see that in projects. One, Nanakuli Village, beneficiaries can't afford the rent there. So we have all these different other foreigners come in and they're the one that takes these rental spaces. And so, and I see this, when this comes up at the Eisenberg, that they're gonna have to fill up all that rental spaces. And that's prime. You can get Waikiki, it's close to Waikiki. It's just a great commercial area to have rental space. Do you agree?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, and so I'm hoping that, I think it's Carr developer is the one? Sanford Carr? Yeah, that they would look and have portions of this rental space affordable for beneficiaries, that they can be able to go in and rent and have businesses and
Actually,
entrepreneurship.
they've been instructed that the wait list will be their primary source of renters. We offer it to the wait list first, all on the Oahu wait list, and if necessary, then people on other island wait lists, but it will not be open to the general public.
Yeah. So how many units is this, Darryl?
About 271.
And if we don't fill it up with our waitlisters or beneficiaries, will it now then be open to others to come in to put up with the rent balance?
At this point, we don't, we think there's a large enough pool of beneficiaries.
You think that we'll be able to fill this up, that they'll go into a rental?
Yeah, if we exhaust everyone on our wait list, we would then offer to Native Hawaiians who are qualified to be on the wait list, but who haven't yet signed up.
Okay. Yeah, and so, so this is rentals. We take them off the wait list to get into rentals. but it doesn't really take them off the wait list, correct? Rentals?
That's correct. In fact, the objective is to prepare them to get an award. By offering them a lower rent than what they may be doing now, they can start paying down their debts, they can start building up a down payment, so that when an award offer comes up, they're able to qualify.
Okay, so you just said the magic word, lower rent.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Commissioners, any other questions? If not? Okay. So, let's do this.
Sorry, thank you, Andrew.
What one are we on now?
Okay, so for members in the audience, because I know some of you have been waiting for a while, so we're going to do G3, and then we're going into the two items that we deferred for decision-making. We're just going to go right into it, because I'm not sure how much longer it's going to be before the chair returns. So, okay, thank you.
G3. Oh, okay, thank you. We don't have copies for today. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Bye.
Oh.
Okay. Following up on LDD's presentation on Papakolea, the planning office is just going to give a status update on plan implementation in the Konamoku on the island of Oahu. With me today, I have Perlene Fukuba, who will be giving the update.
Thank you, Andrew. Aloha, commissioners. Every year we give an annual update for our different regional plans. And because tonight's meeting will be for the Papakolea community, we'll be focusing on the Papakolea Regional Plan and the Konamoku. Next slide, please. So just as a quick review, here is our DHHL planning system. At the top tier, tier 1, which is the teal colored box at the top of the diagram, is the general plan. And as a quick reminder, we recently updated the general plan in 2022. Such important work, and we really thank all of you who were a part of the process, because the general plan identifies our long-term goals and our plans. It organizes, our priorities for staff and the commission. And I just wanted to remind those who may be tuning in that it is available on our website. So we try to promote, the reading on the website. Tier 2 is the strategic program plans and island plans. And these focus on statewide programs and policies, as well as island-specific land use. The third tier includes regional plans and development plans. And these plans help to address issues and opportunities for existing homesteads and future development. There are 22 regional plans throughout the state. The next row includes implementation tools for these plans, such as funding, legislation, and land use. And the bottom box of the diagram, which is titled Evaluation Programs, means that these plans are periodically evaluated and updated. We want to be responsive to changing times and changing needs. So today's presentation provides a status update on the Konamoku and the Papakolea Regional Plan, which again is a part of the third tier. And as the bullets notes, this plan is so important to our homesteads because, one, they enable the beneficiaries to be involved in the planning for their region. Two, it identifies priority projects that will improve their quality of life. And three, it identifies the action steps that are needed to implement these priority projects. Next slide, please. Here's a quick overview. This map shows our land parcels in the Konamoku. So starting at the top left, there are 15 acres in Moanalua. To the right of Moanalua, there's 5 acres in Kapalama, 177 acres in Papakolea, which is the largest shaded region on the map, area on the map, and 2 acres in Mo'ili'ili, which is located on the bottom right. Next slide, please. The 2 maps at the top of the screen are the Moanalua and Kapalama land holdings, which are currently used to generate revenue from light industrial and commercial uses. These land holdings fall within the Honolulu Transit-Oriented Development Planning areas, a part of the Skyline Rail System. And DHHL worked with consultants to identify conceptual plans for these properties. For Moanalua, the conceptual plan envisions industrial use, and in the future could feature multi-level high-density industrial buildings on the Mauka portion. Conceptual plans for the Kapalama properties, which have longer-term leases, could feature mixed-use high-rises with a residential component. The study also made 4 recommendations for us to consider. 1, lower density redevelopment. 2, an as-is scenario for parts of the area. 3, consideration of early termination or restructuring of existing leases. And 4, that as development plans evolve, that we be mindful of environmental and site condition data, such as sea level rise. The map that you see on the bottom of the slide is the Mo'ili'ili site, which Stuart and Darrell just described. And this is the 2-acre site for our first high-rise affordable rental project. Next slide, please. This map shows the Papakolea region, which contains the Papakolea, Kalavahine, and Kewalo homestead communities. And as I mentioned earlier, there are 177 acres in the region and home to about 400 homesteads. It is an essential location within Honolulu's primary urban core. And since the Oahu Plan was adopted in 2014, no land use amendments or updates to the Papakolea region have been proposed. The Oahu Island Plan designates 4 uses for this area. As you see on the map, the residential area is identified by the yellow shaded area. The community use is the red striped area. Conservation is shaded in blue. And the 4th land use designation is special district, shaded in purple, which is next to the elementary and Stevenson Middle School. Additional residential homestead development, including the construction of secondary dwelling units, is challenging. And you saw a lot of slides describing and showing that there are steep slopes, aging infrastructure, drainage and flooding issues, as well as the lack of off-street parking. The department has been very hard at work making improvements for this region. The Papakolea Regional Plan was last updated just a couple years in 2020. Next slide, please. And during the planning process, as I mentioned earlier, one of the valued things is that the community, the beneficiaries, identified their 5 priority projects. So this is the final part of my presentation, is to provide updates for these priority projects. Number 1 and 2 are combines 2 priority projects: the Native Hawaiian Education and Culture Community Center and the Hawaiian Homestead Kupuna Supportive Living Center. The Papakolea Community Development Corporation, the PCDC, has been the project champion, and they've done quite a bit of work in the last years. In 2021, PCDC contracted G70 to facilitate design and planning to build the Learning Center. And during 21 and 22, community meetings with charrettes were held to review past work, to form a vision for the property, and to collect feedback from beneficiaries on draft renderings. The PCDC continues to work with Keala Pono, who's an archaeological consultant for environmental work, and they continue the fundraising in order to complete additional plans. G70 and PC are also facilitating the design and visioning for a Kupuna Supportive Living Center. Work on this project has temporarily halted because new needs and potential partners have emerged, and the PCDC plans to return to the community to gather new input on the needs for our kupuna. The PCD reported that one of the new exciting steps for them is that next month they will start on their process for an environmental assessment. And this will be based on the charrettes that they have held, and it will move them one step closer to their goal. Their goal is to attain site control to build the Native Hawaiian Education and Culture Center.
Is that the
Priority project number 3 is to build a new community center. And again, PCDC serves as a project champion. They're working to build a new community center, which includes a basketball complex. And they have secured funds to replace the playground, install turf, and make improvements to the basketball courts, which was actually completed in November of 2022. They are currently fundraising for a new basketball court complex, which they anticipate would be in about the $10 million range. Priority project number 4, Care of Home for Kupuna. When we submitted the report, at that time, a champion was not identified, but just this morning, Kula sent an email saying that they submitted a preliminary land use request, and they plan to make the announcement tonight and go into more detail. But in general, it's to realize the vision of priority project number 4, excuse me, for making a kauhale for kupuna that they can age safely in their own community, and to establish a gathering place for multi-generational support to encourage social, cultural, and wellness activities. And last but not least is priority project number 5 for traffic safety. LDD went through a lot of health and safety improvements they made in the district, but I would also like to add that in fiscal year 2022, LDD implemented traffic calming measures on Kapahu Street, and this includes the installation of 2 speed humps, and they're anticipating the installation of 1 more. And this concludes our report for the Papakolea region and Konomoku. Are there any questions?
Yeah, mahalo. Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, thank you, real quick. Oh, that lunch just got me a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, Hawaiian food, yeah, calamine. Gotta get up. Thank you for that. So my question is the first one, Moana Loa, the 15 acres industrial. You talk about Moana Loa, is that the Moana Loa, where, is that Shafter Flats, Mapuna Puna?
Right next to Moana Loa Stream.
So we have, the HHL has 15 acres in that adjacent area. Huh? Oh.
That's correct, 15 acres.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, okay, just clarify. So the next one is, Kula, Papakolea, they just submitted a, long-term use, yeah, for, a proposed, what you call, health, cultural, educational center in that Ahupua'a, correct? Yeah?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so do you know when they'll be coming?
So to
how does
clarify,
that-
they just submitted
submitted,
an
so-
application to us. The department will review the application. And we know that they will probably talk about it tonight at the community meeting. I also know that they have spent a lot of time before actually submitting the application to the department, talking story with their community, making sure that there's support for their idea and laying the groundwork before they actually submitted to the department. So they knew that getting community support throughout their community was of the utmost importance, even before just turning in an application to the department.
So is that located where the Pu'o, where is that?
Pu'ovaina.
Pu'o
So
Vaina,
it'll
yeah?
be on a portion of the project area in Pu'ovaina.
So they have a RO, they have a right of entry?
They do not.
They don't have nothing?
Right now, they submitted a request, a land use request for a right of entry to do further due diligence.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Commissioners, any other comments? If not, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's Leah. What about GG? Oh, okay.
So we're going to defer.
Okay, we're going to go into recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Item up is F6 Waiahuli Hawaiian Homesteaders Association. I do want to inform everyone that we have our chair zooming in for this portion. Yeah, okay. So the reason for that is I think it's important that chair be a participant in this section of our deliberations. So mahalo, Kali, if you can hear us, we see you.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Kahana.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Again, Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Subject item F6. LMD is seeking the approval to issuance of a general lease to Waiahuli Hawaiian Homesteaders Association Incorporated, a 501c3 nonprofit out in Waiahuli, Keokea, Maui, covering the subject TMKs listed in the submittal.
Can you highlight us a little?
Okay. Again, the recommended action and motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its final approval to issue a 65-year general lease to Waiahuli Hawaiian Homesteaders Association, again, a Hawaiian 501c3 nonprofit, to use approximately 150 acres of Hawaiian homelands located in Waiahuli, island of Maui, under the TMKs as listed, for the Waiahuli economic development opportunities to include cultural, educational, economic components. Final approval is subject to the terms and conditions as listed. With us today, I also have two members from the association, Bobby Hall and Perry Artadis, with us, and I'd be remiss to include also staff person Shirley Carrera, who helped with developing this submittal.
Okay, thank you, Kana. Aloha, Bobby and Perry. Mahalo for your patience. Appreciate it.
Aloha.
As far as me being the president of the association, so we represent just not myself, but the lessees in Waiahuli too. Yeah. I don't know how to begin this, to tell you the truth. Woke up early this morning, 4:30, head down the airport, hop on a plane, but I had a long talk with the man above, with a pua. And I had quality time in just having that, the Supreme Being kind of help me move along this journey that we're having. And it's still, I think, the most important thing is that we take care of people in a righteous manner, and we follow the teachings of the department in the Kuliai Ikunu'u program that started way back to strive to be on the top. And our past history, we always stayed within the guidelines to participate in making our community prosper. And what we have done in our rural district is, I don't know if I'm reinventing the wheel, but what we have in our rural district community has been driven by the young children at that time. But today, they're parents, and they're having their own children. But their conceptual drawing that they did back in the early 2002 or even earlier, it has came to pass. We did that in Waiahuli, and was of course doing at times that which the changes of decision makers, but yet we still stood strong in pursuing our dream to create a place that now where we at this crossroads, I would say, which is called the We Do Project, Waiahuli Economic Development Opportunity. Because our children, they need some place to be educated too. And we have those tools within our community, such as retired teachers, retired policemen, retired firemen, that probably can bring them in our career component of what we're doing in this particular ask. So with that, I'll give our Mr. Hall some time to talk, but I wanted to just bring you from the past and where it's gone to the present and where we're going after this. Because I'm pretty sure that in the time frame, I probably wouldn't be around if we're asking to do this. It's someone else, which is our leaders, future leaders within our community, can take this and run with it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall to add some flavor to this.
I don't know how much flavor I can add at this late in the afternoon, but I can talk loud so everybody can stay awake. I can do that.
Okay.
Anyway, aloha, everyone. My name is Bob Hall. I've had the opportunity and blessings to work as a project manager for Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead for over 10 years now, back going on 12 years. I've watched and supported this community grow from just a startup organization to one that I would consider is very connected to not only its own community, but to community resources that help this community grow. This initiative that we're proposing today was something that we came to the commission back in September last year in Lahaina. We did a presentation. We went through the process for the right of entry that you gave us. When I say us collectively, I'm talking about Waiahuli, that you gave us back in 2020, I believe, to perform due diligence on the property to pursue this dream. Prior to that, in 2018, 2019, there was beneficiary consultation with the department. So this vision that we promoting wasn't something that was just kept within the community. We followed the process in taking it out and all the due diligence and transparencies necessary to get it to the point. The latter part of last year, from September all the way through December, the department was very active with us in trying to advance this to the, I would call the last steps of the right of entry, which is finishing the conceptual plan, finishing the business plan, finishing the potential financing plan, and getting in a position to do compliance with Chapter 343. That's where, back in December, this body approved a preliminary approval to issue a 65-year general lease to this entity to move forward with this vision that we share with you all along. In a nutshell, the We Do vision is basically an opportunity to create community-based jobs for the Hawaiian community, led by the Hawaiian community, generated from the development of a homestead community. And how Waiahuli got to there in the first place when they did their conceptual vision in 2018, from 2010 to 2018 inclusive, they were working on building their community center. They were working with various private sector funders, contractors, consultants, and non-DHHL money to construct their facility. And that became an opportunity for them to learn and grow the potential of what the community can do. They took on the second project, took on the third project, took on even a fourth project. And while Waiahuli, this is all, I've heard the word said many times in today's meeting, all outside the box. Waiahuli has been very deliberate and small steps successful in getting to the point to make this gigantic ask of the commission. The request to have a 65-year lease to 150 acres of homestead land to enable homesteaders to develop that land for their homestead. to allow the homesteaders to take the lead in putting the financing package together for their homestead, to enable the homestead to have successes, to learn from their mistakes, and to partner with reputable teaming partners to do the job. And ultimately, to create work opportunities all along the line associated with development, which all of you know is endless. From legal work to construction work to property management work and beyond. The opportunities for a young person who would like to get into the field of development, live in their community, and create a career, that's, to me, worth pursuing. And the reality of that, that's available in every single homestead community today. Every single homesteader says that. Today, we thank the staff for bearing with our vision, for their support, LMD, Kahana, Shelley, planning. We even thank the past administration, Chairman Isla and Joby, to help guide us to this place. We also thank all the staff that taught Waiahuli through the Kulia Ikanu'u program what to do, because that's the mentors. That's how they figured out what to do. Every single class opportunity that DHHL stood up and provided these guys with grant writing training, how to put projects together, was all came from this department. And they're appreciative of that. Going forward today, we're here to appear to the commission to seek final approval for a lease issuance. Back in December, when we came to you, you folks granted Waiahuli preliminary approval subject to the completion of Chapter 343. Immediately after that approval, we started putting the team together so that we could start the EA Chapter 343 process. We've quickly learned that the size of this project and the amount of work needed to be done for a 150-acre parcel and the variety of the potential land uses, which are all within DHHL's discretion and approving authority, cost us more than the money we had to pull the trigger back then. We deliberately attempted to approach the administration back in February. As you folks know, the transition wasn't as smooth as everybody wanted it to be. We were finally able to have a discussion with President Chairman Kali Watson in May, and we're here today to ask the commission for consideration to issue the lease and make the environmental assessment, a subject to one of the first conditions of the general lease. That would allow us to push the rest of the money together with site control. That's what we're asking the commission to do. In years past, when the commission did the Kulia Ikanu'u program and they provided homestead organizations with general lease to do their economic development venture, the opportunity to get the lease first and complete the environmental assessment was given to other associations at that time. We're asking for the same situation to allow us to have site control and start implementing the project. In the write-up that we've read, that was provided to us and we worked with staff on, there's like 2 pages of general lease conditions. If you read through all of that, for any one of them is quite a requirement to fulfill. And we understand that. And at the same time, we support that. Because if our organization, or any organization for that matter, cannot fulfill this, then the department shouldn't allow us to keep the general lease. That's how it should be, and that's what we agreed to do. We want to be successful. We don't want to be totally experimental without consequence. We believe that Waiahuli has proven itself to take on bigger challenges and bigger challenges. We have a track record that we can turn to. We have supportive staff from DHHL that showed us how to get here in the first place. We're asking for the opportunity to try to continue to do the road that we're on. We believe we can do what we're proposing to do. We've already aligned a team of professionals that very reputable companies, all part of the We Do initiative, all agreeing in principle, the jobs that are created will be, to the extent possible, provided to homesteaders. All the partnerships is doing that. So we feel that we have a potentially good formula. We want to try to see it do, and somewhere along the line, if it's not working, there's all these check boxes in place. You know, if the department sees that we're not performing, then yeah, by all means, experiment. I will be recommended. But we don't believe that. We know there's a lot of concerns, and you know, we're here to answer those concerns today. But we like your consideration to try to move something outside the box. To not only just build, but build jobs. To enable this homestead organization to create its future within its own community and guide us, continue to guide us as you have been in the past. Anyway, I appreciate your time.
Mahalo, Bobby. So before I open up for questions, I do want to make a few comments. I have read the submittal. It's pretty robust. I see 28 conditions listed. I do want to say that as your commissioner from Maui, I'm very familiar with the success of Waiahuli, what they've been able to do, how they have leveraged their dollars and used it very wisely and very efficiently. So I support the intent and spirit of what you're transmitting to us today. Where I'm a little concerned is that this is a lot of information for this commission body to digest. And it's the decision-making that is being asked of us today without having an opportunity to think through some of the unintended consequences, whether right or wrong, whether real or imagined. I think coming to us with information and moving right into decision-making is what's raising the questions. Because every commissioner, they have a constituency that they are dealing with outside of Waiahuli, outside of my experience with your good work. So I can speak to your good work, but I can't speak to every other situation that is out there. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and this is not for you, this is for the staff. One of the foundational statements that is being used to support decision-making today is references to Kulia Ikanu'u, which is a model from the past. So my question to the staff, if we are referencing Kulia Ikanu'u, are we now creating a policy that's going to form the basis of our decision-making moving forward? That's my first question. My second question is, if Kulia Ikanu'u was a great program, which I don't doubt that it probably was in spirit, my question is, why was it stopped in terms of action? And so I see here, it is mentioned in the submittal that there are 4 organizations or associations that achieve success. Waimanalo, Nanakuli, La'iopua, and the Kapolei Community Development Corporation. So that's good news. But my question is, how many organizations were part of the Kulia Ikanu'u program? We have these successes. We're not looking at the failures. The reason I bring up the failures, if it was 5%, 20, 40, 50, if we're going to do a policy shift, I would like to know the reasons for the failures. And if in fact, Those failures were the result of the department not being able to support these organizations moving forward. And so I would like to know from the department, give us that historical assessment, give us that historical context before we decide these things today. Because I think it is fair to associations who may have been part of Kulia Ikanu'u that may have succeeded had they been provided certain support systems of which they were not a part of. And so for me, I would just like to learn more, because it does feel like we're going back in time to a previous model. And I don't know why we stopped if it was so successful. So that's my mana'o to the department. And you can either respond, or commissioners, you can ask questions if you would like. But if you want to respond, you can.
Yeah, real quick, thank you for the question. So I'd like to go back and look at the historical context of that. Again, this was just written up. So specific to your question though, Commissioner, I'd like to go back to figure out the historical context and get a.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Oh, wait, commissioners, do you have any questions?
I kind of do, Kahana. So when you bring up Kulia Ikanuku, first of all, it's a whole Nanakuli High School, strive to excellence. So I have to say that on behalf of the West Side. That's where that name comes out from, okay? But when you, Kahana, when you did the submittal, wouldn't you have kind of, when you put it together, kind of have look for the back research of this Kulia Ikanuku program before? Because I'm now that Mr. Wu brought that up, I'm kind of curious if it's a, that program, I think it was 10 or 15 years back, correct?
About 2008, 9, yeah.
Yeah,
Longer
so
than
that's,
that.
yeah, so it's safe to say 10 years back.
Yeah.
So if that program was so successful, and who gained from that Kulia Ikanuku in success? I mean, you name it, there's Waimanalo.
Association. is-
Yeah, but like, how? I mean, I know you named this, but how did Waianae Association or Waimanalo gain from that? What did they have from this?
They gained site control. They were able to build community center.
Okay.
Kapolei was another one. They got this parcel right
So
back
that's
here.
KCDC.
Yeah, KCDC, Kapolei Community Development Corporation.
With the Kulia Ikanuku program.
Correct. Who else do we need? Nanakuli Village Center was able to build that center there.
Yeah, and so that's mainly all these nonprofit organizations. And I kind of get to hear that word Elamasonary a lot now. Yeah, I had to understand what the heck was Elamasonary. And 501c3s use that a lot, correct?
Correct.
And what was, can you describe this, what does Elamasonary?
Again, it's a nonprofit. It's a statute that allows for nonprofits to kind of, lack of a better word, skip the process of having it go through a public process.
So
because they're nonprofits, the statute allows these nonprofit organizations based on the authorization as stated in here.
So these Elamasonary organizations, which is all 501c3 compliance and everything, do they get exempt or do they get passed by to go through the entire process? The environmental assessments?
No, they gotta go through all the environmental.
They have to go
process,
through
yes,
that?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And as
It's
Bobby
a-
had mentioned also.
Yeah, so
they
they,
went through.
they have, you have gone through the EA, is that it?
They're going through it.
Or you're going through the process right now? Okay. You're going through the EA now, but you're asking for a 65-year lease, long lease. Don't we have, I don't know, help me out with this. Don't we look at the EA first or something?
Well, that was part of the right of entry that they had. They had to
Okay.
do all of
Due
that.
diligence, correct?
The due diligence.
Yeah, and that's another
That
great.
was one item that they did not complete, and they're still
I
trying to
see.
complete that.
So Bobby, are you on the board Do you serve on the board or you're a consultant to
No,
this
ma'am.
board?
I'm a consultant.
Oh, you're a consultant.
Project manager.
Okay,
I've
so
been
you
working
don't
with the
serve as an
association, no.
officer on this board?
I'm not, no.
Oh, okay, and do you live in Maui?
No, I live Kaneohe.
Oh, okay, well, I just wanted to kind of get myself, color my, okay.
Sure, if I can try to respond
Yeah,
to
go
some
ahead,
of your
Bobby.
questions?
Sure.
Yeah. The Kulia Ikanu program, I don't believe it was ever a mandatory program. Organizations who, wanted the assistance signed up for it. Organizations that could benefit from, did benefit from. Waiahuli, when they signed up and they went, that was the program around. Whether or not it continued, whether or not it was successful to some organizations, whether or not the department decided to cancel it for whatever reason, staffing or anything, this organization followed that lead through the time. We went to the first grade, we took the books, we went second grade, third grade, fourth grade, we studied it all the way through. It was of value for this organization to make it all the way through. And the rules at that time, if you did everything that you needed to do, you could get a general lease. And then one of the first conditions of getting site control, a general lease, is to complete chapter 243. The department, somewhere made that change for whatever reason, that's fine. The organization that I suggested to list in this write-up are organizations that I know went through CLIA, were issued general lease site control, and then completed their environmental assessments like KCDC, Laiopo, Nanakuli, Lamanawa. And that's what we want consideration to do. We were in the first class. We'd like to finish the process and graduate with the same conditions if we can. And we believe we have the ability to pay this additional cost for the environmental assessment, along with everything else that we said in our plan that we provided to the commission, back in September, and then back in December.
But the Kulia, Bobby, I'm gonna hunch back to, so the Kulia, I can't say it's successful because in our Ahupuaha, we have the Nanakuli Village Center. At once it was just nothing, and so the homestead had a vision over 20 years in bringing economic development into Nanakuli Ahupuaha, yeah? And so that really helped support the economic development, the jobs, the training, the amenities that we have, that we can work, live, and play, not have to come out and go to Longs or whatever, yeah? So when you look at another one, KCDC, here at the corner, everybody, pass by, that's another Kulia vision that they have, which they have Hele gas station and chicken and all of these things coming in. So I think during that time, the Kulia project is successful because now you see these project developments coming up in your Ahupuaha, and so that kind of makes me understand on this project. It is an old project, back 10 years, but the vision starts like 20 years, it really does, and so, but thank you, Commissioners. I'll be able to ask a little more, but mahalo for the time.
Anyone else?
Chair?
Yeah, if I may.
Gentlemen, thanks for your presentation. When I make decisions, I need information. These are just words to me right now, okay? I wasn't around when you had the Kulia Canoe program. I don't know what the agreement read. I have no idea what the reason was to change the policy, because in effect, we're looking at reversing the policy, so. I agree with Commissioner Woe. This could affect a lot of us in our areas of responsibility moving forward. So I'd like to have more time to look at some of these things that you refer to more in depth as to why we did them. What was the reasoning for changing it? There obviously was a big reason for changing the policy, and I'd like to look to planning for some guidance on why the policy was at that time, why it was changed. And do we take a step backward or is this a step forward? But there's a lot of information. I have no doubt that you gentlemen are honest in moving forward your program, but I need more time to make a decision. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello.
Go ahead.
Chair, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. I guess there's a good analogy that we have here to the Nanakuli Village Center. It was a recipient of that grant program, the Kulia Ikanui. And so the reason why I think that it was a success was that the Nanakuli Homestead Community Association was able to get site control. And then with the site control, it opened up a whole bunch of opportunities on going after money. Without the site control, it would have just, it wouldn't have become a reality. So using this approach, which is kind of standard with these kind of developments, you need to get that in order to have any credibility with the different funders. And that's what these guys are asking for. Let me also say that I just came from the governor's press conference in which they issued an emergency proclamation, and it somewhat suspended the Chapter 6E, the historic preservation review process, as well as Chapter 343. It didn't totally do away with it, and the fact that the group, or Bobby Hall's group, has done a certain amount of review and investigation will allow it to, with the emergency proclamation, move it forward a lot quicker. The Nanakuli Homestead Community Association was able to proceed just like how these guys are asking for in order to get things done. I'm familiar with the players that he has, that he's working with, and all of them are very reputable. They have wonderful track records. And I think really what we're talking about here is not, where they got to do all these different things before they get in the door and to become a viable entity to go after these different federal funds. Let me just say that now is the time for these guys to really go after these federal funds because they're available now. When I met with the Secretary of HUD, she made it very clear to me, you wait, you're gonna lose it, because right now we got a lot of money for infrastructure, for energy development, all kind of really good things. One of the players that they have working with them is Andy Weiner up in DC. He can make things happen for these guys. And the bottom line is what we're trying to do is, I think, help community developers like these guys that are from the community. All the guys you're looking at, they're very well respected, not only in their communities, but at the council level, as well as the state level. And they have a nice group of consultants and supporters that I think makes this project very, very viable. And it's a tough project. I got to say, some of the infrastructure costs for that particular site is very expensive. But now is the time for them to go after it. Now, the alternative is to say, well, you got to show me. You got to do all these things before we give you guys the opportunity to, try and show you can get it done. If that was the opinion of that's a very conservative, very, in most cases, appropriate approach, depending on the people you're dealing with. If they have no track record, I say, yeah, you should be doing that. Not with these guys. They have all of them have been involved in the homesteading program, have a community that they want to move forward and develop things that really will enhance and create not only jobs, but amenities and projects that will benefit that community as a whole. So I would say that what we're doing, and I'm looking at the action item, it has all these conditions and requirements that are very straightforward and typical, in fact, more expansive than what we had when we did the Nanakuli Village Center. It also, has a caveat, no revenue generated by the lessee on the premises shall be used to pay any of these guys off and, create profits for going into their pockets. It's really a community generated and community benefit type scenario that we have here. But I think if we kind of put this onus that you gotta show all this stuff and maybe educate yourself beyond, I think is necessary at this point, this project is not going to happen. And it'd be unfortunate because I think these guys really have a project that they've been working on a long time. It has, all the ingredients that they could move forward. And once they get site control, they can justify with the different funders to get the funding that they need. And I would say it would be very unfortunate. I mean, granted, it's a commission decision, but for me personally, having gone through this long, drawn-out process, I give these guys credit for being willing to take on that burden as well as challenges. It's not going to happen overnight. This is a long-term venture, just like on the Nanakuli Village Center. It took us 20 years to get that sucker up. And this one is going to take, hopefully not longer, because we have the emergency proclamation that will kind of expedite a lot of the process that they're having to deal with, which is great. But more importantly, if we don't do it in a timely fashion, these guys are going to lose. And we as the Hawaiian program are going to lose an opportunity to access all these wonderful fund and sources that are out there ready for the taking. And so, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Over here.
Chair.
Mr. Hill.
We got 2 chairs here.
That's the real chair, so.
Okay, the real chair.
2 chairs.
Thank you, Bobby, and you guys, excellent presentation. But my concern is, it's a 65-year lease they're requesting, correct? So I'm just concerned if we're gonna go ahead and, if we approve this, will that be consistent with other proposals that would come to the commission to request the same thing?
Nanakuli Village Center was the same.
No, I mean, in the future, so.
If it's warranted.
Yeah, okay, and then, okay, thanks, Chair. The other question that I have, on number 1, regarding the terms and conditions, it says, Waihuli Hawaiian Homestead Association with the ability to assign lease to another IRS 501c nonprofit entity. What do you mean by another nonprofit entity? To do what?
Same type of nonprofit type activities. Non-commercial, it has to be a nonprofit. They have to be 501c3 tax exempt entity. And if anything, they would have to come back to the commission also for any assignment, if they were to assign a portion or if they're assigning the lease to someone else.
Okay, so the EA, I know it takes a long time, especially a project like this, yeah, but it's gonna take a lot. Now, the cost for the EA, who's gonna cover that cost?
Well, excuse me, Commissioner Helm, that's why I was, like I was mentioning, we've just issued an emergency proclamation effective as of today. The 343 is now put on hold, and we just have to make sure that, certain issues regarding that process are addressed. And that's why if they've, that would be for planning as well as, staff to take a look at and see if we can cut back on a lot of the procedural things that are typically will kill you under 343, such as a review period, a period in which anybody can file a lawsuit and raise issues. That's eliminated. So we go to the merits and determine whether or not there's any cultural or artifacts that we really need to protect. And if once we've done that review, DHHL can now, basically issue a finding that there is not a need or a compromised approach that needs to be used in the process. But this long drawn out 1 year or longer process is now eliminated.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, finally, you know, I really support economic development, you know, on Hawaiian Homes lands, especially for a community like your community. And, you know, you're nurturing our people, and to me, you're offering maybe economic opportunities such as employment, yeah? And to me, that's great, because, yeah, like Kali's example of the shopping center here in Nanakuli, that's a model, and I think that's great. So, you know, I just want to make sure that everything is consistent with any other future, so they're given that same preference as you guys. That's my concern, okay? But, you know, I do support any type of projects that is going to benefit our people, you know? I mean, that's a beautiful place in Waihuli. And get Hawaiians living over there with $1 million homes. I don't know if you guys been there, but this is, you know, so I'm glad everybody is asking questions, and this is for me, I'm asking questions, so I just want to make sure that a decision is made the right way. Thank you.
Sure, I just had just a few, so I'm reading your budget on page 6, so you have funding all in place according to, you have secured approximately 4 million, yeah? Is
We
that,
spent that already.
you spent that, okay, on,
So
okay,
the 4 million was aggregate of non-DHA funds that we got from the Ledge
Correct.
to build various community improvements since 2010.
and then you have 80 million in special use revenue bond from the Ledge in 2021,
Yes,
okay?
that's
to
it's basically the allowance to use the state's credit worthiness
Yeah.
to go out and get the bond financing to develop. I think we were the first homestead organization in the state to get that.
Yeah, that's a large sum, yeah? You must know somebody in there then, huh?
That's very impressive, very impressive.
Yeah, 80 million. And then the other one was a 1.1 mil in grant funding that was through what, Bobby?
DHHL in the December meeting awarded a whole bunch of, I think 7.5 million
Yeah.
to homestead organization.
Also, your,
We were very fortunate to take down
congratulations
about
on that,
probably
yeah.
1.2 actually of that.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Bobby.
May I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I mean, what I just heard from Chairman Watson, to me is like off the press hot news. The ability for the governor, and he's been consistent with housing. I'm also involved with the governor's office on housing, for state housing. But he's been consistent about knocking down the barriers to make things happen. And the opportunity, again, is now. If in fact that's a provision of the governor's executive order, then technically Waiahuli has completed everything it needed to be issued the journal lease. The preliminary approval that you gave us in December, we good. But, I'm not trying to just shove it back there, but the reality, what Chairman mentioned about the timing is a real thing. The opportunity to take down federal funds now in the crazy environment that's happening in Congress, the set-asides, the monies that can come to Native Americans is now. The opportunity for us with site control to go and tap that money is real. We've aligned those relationships already. So the ability to move this project forward, which again, as we've kind of laboriously told you, is like 10 years in the making, because we went through Kulia, is now.
Okay, Bobby, I want to ask you something, since you brought that up and the governor's proclamation and all of those things. So how long have you been a developer then?
Well, technically from the government side, almost my whole life, my whole time in state.
So can you share to me any successful projects will develop? Do you have
Not
any
as a private
success?
citizen, ma'am, but development, takes two sides, the private
I
developer
just
as well
want
as
to
the
know,
government
do
side.
you have any other successful projects?
I was initially involved in the Prince Hill Mall,
Okay,
the first time. That's how old I am.
okay.
And under state agency, we basically developed multiple private ventures. Before I retired, I was involved in the development of Kamakani Ali'i. So I'm aware of all of that as well.
And I think it's a fair question for me to
Oh,
ask,
very fair.
correct? Thank you. Okay, all right, thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Jermaine Myers. Public testimony.
Commissioners, I'm a homesteader, and I've come to you before and I've told you about how Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Association, after they got the Nanakuli Village project, which Chair Cully can validate, they haven't had community meetings, etc. So my concern when I see something like this, I'm grateful that, there are associations out there, but if they're like my association in Nanakuli, we have the 1,050 homestead lots. I don't know how much Waiahuli homestead. So my point I'm trying to make is that when we were it was discussed with us, the project Nanakuli Village back in 2012. We didn't have Starbucks on there. We didn't have Pizza Hut. We didn't have Wendy's on there. It was just Long's and Waianae Homestead. Waianae Comprehensive. And there was going to be a learning center as money was going to be developed, come in for profit. They were going to try to create a learning center, but Kamehameha Schools took over that property. And so what I'm saying is that I had told Cully when he had come to our neighborhood board meeting to give an update that, when we saw now there's, after they started to break ground and everything, where did all these fast food come from? Because Waianae Comprehensive tells us when we go through a diet program that we should stay away from fast foods because it's high salt, high fat, high cholesterol. So I guess I'm making the point about this association is where in the presentation is the community input as far as what they saw as a vision for these 150 acres of land? And how engaged are they with the association members? Because Mines is not engaged with ours. We don't even know where the profit is going. And so with 65-year lease, I'm just concerned that it's included in future association leases that they show proof that they're having their bylaws, they're fulfilling their bylaws, they're having active community meetings, they're engaged with the community, they have pono elections. Kaupea hasn't had an election for a while now because Michelle Kahane has been holding it hostage, the president's seat, and hasn't had elections for a while now, for so many years. And so I'm just concerned that it's going to be a duplication of how we feel in our own homestead. We're told, go and check the beneficiary package because you have a village. And yet, we were told that lessees were going to be able to use some of those kiosks or supposedly kiosks or, to be able to put our own businesses in. It's been empty for a few years now. 4 of them, I think, is empty, and then only 1 is being used. And so these are the kinds of things that I'm hoping that the commission would take into consideration, including, and I don't think a month or 2 delayed to make sure that these due diligence best practices are incorporated into the lease is going to delay much longer as far as looking at this action item. So I was just wanting to present my mana on that. Mahalo.
Thank you, Jermaine. Do we have any other, go ahead, you got Mana'o? Perry?
Yes. It's been a lesson that before you make anything, you need to digest what you have before you first. We've been digesting this 10 years ago. And there's a program, yes, I think so our elders even told us before, you go school for learn. And you know who's the teachers now? All of you. And we're learning from the department also as a staff. Um, I hear what this one will say, right? The lady over there. You cannot compare us like that. It's like apples and oranges. We live in a rural district. We don't live in an urban district. So you know what we're trying to look forward to is that we work, play, and pass away in our own community by giving us this opportunity. Don't mind me, sometimes I get too emotional, but that's how we are. We are emotional native Hawaiian. But sometimes we are our worst enemy. I cannot understand that. Because we go and learn from the things that we were taught, even from our elders, but then sometimes we get shut down. And it's discouraging because we are decision makers within our own selves, even with our own family. Our family even look up to us as what we do as not only a career person, but as a kupuna. So I sit before you because I get 21 grandchildren. And you know what 21 grandchildren does? Papa, we like come your house. And maybe I'm getting off track, but that's the truth. Now it's sometime. And you know why they like come up to Papa's house? Because they like play with the grass. They like go outside, play with the butterfly, and they like get stung by a bee, and all these things that are different in different areas and different communities. And when they go home, they're happy. So now we give them big playground, they're coming up for them, which is the We Do project, right? So because they're going to grow into where they're going to have careers that can digest with them as they grow older. And now can go back forth that when we first started in Waiahuli Homestead Association, it was all community driven. The board don't make the decisions themselves. We represent the community, quote unquote. And I applaud too again that when we first started to break ground, the contractor, which was Armstrong Builders, they had to hire the people that was in Homestead. And they did that. Because there was other things that we sidebar with them. You better use our people in our own community. And that was way back. And still to this day, we always go first into our backyard. Might as well we clean our yard first before we go clean anybody else's yard. That's what our elders tell us. So that's what we're doing. And I know, Chair, hearing you supporting in some conditions that I accept that. And I applaud you again. Because the things that you've done, even by coming to our eye in Maui and presenting on behalf of the department all the homestead projects that are going to be happening on Maui. So, and he did a good job, and staff like Kahana and Shelley and Andrew, we always had this win-win situation. And if we cannot win, then we stop. That's why if we can win, we stop. And we let the others take care of that as we grow older. And that will be our next generation. But time don't wait for nobody. It doesn't. And all we like is a chance to have the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have public testimony from Blossom Fetera.
Hi, aloha, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, aloha, members of the commission, Mr. Vice Chair, Blossom Patera, beneficiary from the island of Maui, regarding item F6. So I had the privilege many, many years ago to participate in the reorganization and lifting up of the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homes Community Association. And I can tell you from that experience that this organization as a whole has moved very deliberately in addressing the needs and desires of the homestead residents in Waihuli. Proof is in the pudding. They have a fantastic community area. They're continuing to build it out, and now this is a new opportunity for the association to move forward once again to address some economic opportunities as well as affordable housing. I would want to ask the commission for a consideration. I know that they are here to seek approval for a 65-year general lease. I have no problem in supporting that effort. However, some comments that were being made by Chair Watson has me a little bit concerned. We expected this emergency proclamation to come forward from the governor's office that essentially waives a majority of the requirements in chapter 343 and 6E. However, I would caution both Waihuli as well as the commission that before you make this decision, please seek out additional confirmation on whether or not these projects or any project for Hawaiian Homelands right now that will be using federal dollars be subject to that waiver. It is my understanding that if you use federal lands or federal dollars, you will be required to comply with the federal government's version of Chapter 343. And so this proclamation may not be available to our developers, to the department, and to our associations moving forward. And I do support the efforts of Waihuli, always have. I would ask the commission to give them to defer the decision making on this item and we take it up on next month's agenda. I think by then we should have the answer we're looking for. The last thing I want to see is Waihuli get an approval only to be caught, as they say on the street, get caught hookah because they now have to comply with federal rules. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other public testimony? So,
Chairman,
go ahead.
She
Go
made
ahead,
a comment.
Commissioner.
What kind of federal rules did she just made a comment, so I'd like her to explain what federal rules are you talking about?
I think anytime you use federal dollars, you have to do an EA before you can move dirt, basically.
Okay.
I believe it's an ERR to the extent that was brought up a couple times today. And, by no means are we absolving the fact to do an EA. We're not saying that. We're not saying that we're not going to do it. But what we're asking for is site control so that we can do it. And, everything that's required to do, depending on the funding that you get. If we're gonna go after federal funds, there are requirements to get that. And the governor's waiver may not apply to that. We realize that. But I believe the governor's effort is to try to streamline where possible the use of state funds and DHHL that he can move and advance housing faster. That we can support too. For us, if we're moving forward, we will still go through the EA process. I think that's the best recourse for the size and the shape of the project that we're trying to do.
So my question is, thank you, Bobby, but this governor proclamation that we keep talking about, and I don't even know what this governor proclamation is pushing forward. We don't have any information here today in this meeting. Would that proclamation then now allow development to move quicker without going through the process, without doing an EA? All of these things are going to be, it's very concerning because then it'll be concerned as commissioners on each island on when you look at your upcoming projects, will then that give my project in YNI the grace that they don't have to go through this because they do have a ROE due diligence. They're going to come here in another year to get a long lease. And through that process, will they also be, should you say you're exempt to get an EA that will be funneled down to other projects in other islands? And so that's kind of like I'm kind of concerned of how consistent will this department be in following the process? I mean, yes, governor did a proclamation, but we still don't know what contains in this proclamation. Is it going to exempt permits through? Is it going to exempt, we don't know because we know that he wants to push housings really quick. I mean, I do too, but I want to do it in a manner that is consistent and also following the process. So that's
Yes,
just
thank
dialogue.
you,
Thank you.
Commissioner Teruya. So did I hear somebody cranking up for comments? Chair, go ahead. Chair, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. On the federal EA requirements, especially where there's use of federal funds, especially on the infrastructure as well as energy production, you're still going to have to comply with that. So there's not going to be, this emergency proclamation doesn't have anything to do with that. It's more on the housing side. So yeah, that is going to, Blossom is correct. that has to be complied with.
Thank you.
Okay, mahalo, Chair. So go ahead, Dennis.
So as I said before, as we continue to talk, more information's coming up, okay? We don't have enough information to prove this moving forward. I agree with Blossom. We table this or we defer this till our next meeting in August. We allow our planning department to look at the governor's proclamation, our current policy, and how all this stuff comes to play so we can make an educated decision moving forward.
I think that's a reasonable request. I'd be in favor of that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
But it's a good dialogue that we're having in this questions, Commissioner. I appreciate that very much. To understand the project moving forward and the ability to ask these questions and educate myself, and what the chair has shared, I'm with the team here, whatever is fit, bottom line, we do want to see our beneficiaries be successful. That's what we want to see, for the next generation. As like you said, we're getting makulia.
As well as somebody needs to step up to the plate, and we're here to step up for the future.
Thank you.
Even for education too, right? So it's not where it's a defeat.
No.
It's a clear ikanu
It is.
to strive to be on the top.
Strive for excellence. We
Sure.
see that in Nanakulia a lot.
So if I could just say a few more things, given what everyone else has said. And thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Neves. I think it is a reasonable request to wait until August comes around because there are many unanswered questions that really need to be resolved. The governor's emergency proclamation, I've not seen it yet. I don't fully understand what the potential implications are or could become. And I would like to know that before I decide these matters. I think it's also important, Department, if we're going to reinstitute the Kulia Ikanu'u project, I would like to hear from the department that that is in fact the path forward. Because, having been a commissioner for over 6 years, the one thing is consistent is inconsistency. So we need to formulate policies that set a baseline so that we're not here again and again having these discussions. What's good for one is not good for everybody else. So anyway, if you could take that with you and think about how you want to present that to us in the form of an educational package so that we can make a good decision moving forward. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, so that I'm clear, our request is still for site control.
Sorry, say that again.
Our request is still for a 65-year lease to have site control.
It is.
I hope that the debate to go Kulia Kanu or not to follow what the governor's order is not the thing to hold up our requests. Because our request is for site control, based on everything that we've done in the past. And if we need to reissue all the plans and conceptual booklets to the commission again, we will, so that they can see what the merits of our project are for. I don't think that we want to debate whether the department should do Kulia Ikanu or not. That's
Well-
up to the department.
Well, what I would like to say, Bobby, I hear you loud and clear, but as a body of commissioners, the policymakers, we're trying to determine the path forward. This isn't a hard no. We're just saying we're going to reconvene next month after we get educated on some level of consistency that really should be coming out of this department. So that's where we are at. You have a desire to get the 65-year lease or license. We have a desire to ensure that we decide this properly based on the information we are given. So that's where we are currently at. Okay? Thank you.
Can I just ask real quick, Bobby? So should you not get this should you not get the site control now? Does that hold up any kind of permits or any kind of on your behalf? Should we not support this today? My question is that going to hold any kind of permits or anything up for the next 30 days when we're in Kauai to move forward to decide?
We don't have site control, so there's no permits in
Oh,
play.
okay. Oh.
But there is the potential
Funding?
to access real federal dollars that, for me, is jeopardized every day that we don't go after it.
I see. So with the non-decision of today from this body and it moves to Kauai, that puts your federal funding in risk. Is that what you're?
We can't really ask for the federal funding because
You don't have the site control. So it's all with the matter of having the site control first, and then you can be able
As
to
with all
follow
the
those.
other general lease developments that DHHL has
see.
approved, site control is a key to getting, private funding, federal
Yes.
funding, any kind of money. And, for us, it's just, we see the window closing, the door closing, so we want to try to be ahead of that. I mean, we respect the commission's decision. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be insolent.
Yes, thank you.
Or anything like that. But it's just that we want to make sure that we're prepared for the meeting. If it's not knowing enough about the project, and tell us, we can reissue the conceptual plans, the projects, our partnering team. We can show you the business plan again. That shows us how we got to this point. We can show us the potential federal funding that we want to go after.
I see.
But, if I'm understanding the commission, that's the information that you don't have. I just want to be sure what we need to give you in the next 30 days.
Yeah, so when we see you in Kauai, what have we not discussed here that you can bring to Kauai and bring more the information that we don't have today? Is that?
We'll continue working with staff. It's just
I
a
see.
matter of what they believe, what else you folks need from us.
So Bobby, if I could.
Okay.
We believe
Thank
we're
you,
ready.
Mr. Chair.
So if I could, so we're not going into a circular discussion. There's nothing you haven't provided us that does not substantiate what you want to do. There's nothing in your historical record that would indicate you cannot produce. That's already, in my opinion, based on my experience, has been determined. This is not about your proposal on its face. This is not about your inability to deliver, because I know you can. This is about policy that the department what this body is trying to say is, if we're going to go back to a model that's no longer practiced, we would like to know if in fact that is now the path forward. If we're going to reinvigorate Kulia Ikanu'u as a policy statement moving forward, that's what we would like, because as commissioners, this is the part you have to understand. We are often subjected to inconsistent practices. That's not always fair to others. So that's what this is about. This is more about the department and providing us a platform in which we can work moving forward. That's what this is about. Thank you.
Chair, can I make just one more comment?
Go ahead.
I know we don't want to go on and on. Yeah, I just want to make sure you understand. I have no question that I'm familiar with your project, okay? Very familiar with the project. But what this is going to do is this is going to be able to give us a policy moving forward. And as you read through the proclamation, I haven't read it, but if it's streamlined like the chair is saying, you go out to a bid, you may get a lower bid. So I think it works for both sides for us to have a solid policy moving forward. And like I say, the proclamation might say, hey, there might be money back in your pocket. So that's my reason for deferring and moving forward. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You're welcome. Anybody else? Okay, so we're done. Thank you for your time and your patience. Aloha.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, but no one will put this back together again. Yeah. He has to rewrite it. Oh.
Hey, there he is.
Is that Dr. Jonathan?
Sorry, so I didn't mean to give you all that homework, Andrew.
No.
But it's important.
It is important.
Yeah, very important.
We look forward to delving into it.
Good, thank you.
You're a trooper.
Good lion.
G2.
Okay, where are we going?
Aloha, Commissioners. Thank you for your folks' patience and attention span, especially after lunch. Item G2, this is a for information only submittal related to the department's Water Policy Plan Implementation Program report for the previous fiscal year 2023 and the draft Water Policy Plan Implementation Program for fiscal year 2024. With me today, I have the department's water policy consultant, Dr. Jonathan Wikeke Shoyo.
Aloha mai kako, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you. Like Andrew, I thank you for your long patience with all your kuleana. So this will be a brief presentation. The reason why we're doing it is that when the Hawaiian Homes Commission passed the Water Policy Plan in 2014, the first water policy of this commission since passage of the act, one of the requirements was to come every year to this body and report back on what we did on the previous year and also lay out our plans for the future year. We were planning to, we normally come in May or June. Other events in June made sense to come this month instead. So if you go to the next slide, please. There's just three parts to it. The briefest of overview of what is in the water policy plan, how it was developed, and the content in it, and then what our major accomplishments in 2023 fiscal year and our major goals for 2024. If you go to just click through the next slide. It took 2 years to develop the water policy plan, and it wasn't done just by sitting in an office in Kapolei. We conducted extensive background research through departmental files, CWRM files, and other records really scattered throughout the counties and state. We conducted scoping interviews with homestead leaders across our homestead communities, with all the managers and chief engineers of the boards of water supply, with the people with water kuleana within the department, as well as water policy and law leaders across Hawaii. We took that information, laid out in one place all of the particular kuleana rights and responsibilities that the department has for water, and took that information out to beneficiary meetings in 2013, where we presented information to homestead communities and beneficiaries and asked them also what the key water issues were in their communities that they wanted us to address. We took that information back, identified key themes, values held by our community, as well as draft goals. We took that to this commission in February of 2014. A draft water policy was approved, but not for implementation, but instead so that we could go back to our communities again and say, did we hear you right? did we get this information correctly? And also to ask them for a ranking of the 31 plus goals, what were the 4 most important goals to be focused on in this period of implementation? We took all those changes, brought that back to this commission, and in June of 2014, the commission approved it. There's a few sections to it. The vision statement is directly from the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. It's not new language. Our mission statement is to fulfill our 3 main kuleana regarding water, which is first, planning and advocating for water needs. Secondly, to develop water sources. And third, to own and operate water systems. Our values, our cultural values around water, including Vaivai, the idea that water is fundamental to the wealth and health of our lahui and our aina ho'opulapula, a number of guiding policies on how water decisions should be made, 4 lead goals and a number of subsidiary goals, and then, as I mentioned before, the requirement that we come to this commission annually with an implementation program for the coming year, as well as a report on the previous year's action. If you go to the next slide. The 4 priority goals, the first is that we affirmatively communicate on water issues rather than simply telling beneficiaries what we have done or agreed to, going before we make major actions, consulting with them, and then coming back on a regional and annual basis and updating them. The second is to aggressively, consistently, comprehensively advocate for the rights of the department, the commission, and the beneficiaries before all applicable agencies and entities. To gather information so we have a water assets inventory, not just of physical water assets like wells and pipelines, but cultural knowledge of Vai. And finally, a very clear request that even if the watershed lands that feed our aina are not under our ownership currently, we play some role in trying to protect those, knowing that our future generations will depend on having water based on the health of those watersheds. Just click through, they're a little off on the animation. Some of the notable accomplishments in 2023, particularly proud of the first one. It took us 27 years of advocacy to get a new water use permit on the island of Molokai, but we successfully did so in 2022, and then brought a policy to you on how to equitably issue new water meters, and beneficiaries who had been waiting for years were able to get new water meters. To be very clear, the 27-year wait was not because of a lack of trying by the department. It was actions by people contesting our rights, as well as inaction by the Commission on Water Resource Management. We've made significant steps forward, including steps authorized by you in the last 12 months to secure access to 2 well sites in Kona to provide much needed new water source. We continue to work with KIUC and other partners on the settlement plan for Pu'opai, which will be fed by water infrastructure developed under the West Kauai Energy Project. We've worked with the Honolulu Board of Water Supply in 2 significant ways on their request for support in Waianae designation, which will be proposed to the Water Commission this year, as well as the Kapukaki or Red Hill crisis has engulfed our island. We had conversations with them and oral commitments from them that when they were considering that there might be water meter restrictions, that they would not apply those to this department, that they would prioritize our public trust rights if needed when they're facing the restrictions they're facing from Kapukaki and the Navy's massive fuel spill at the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. We continue to see groundwater reservation requests around the island, particularly on the island of Molokai. At Honokauai on Maui, while we have some very good surface water reservations and groundwater reservations to fully use those agricultural lands, we will need additional water, and so the planning office has been working with the Kauai Department of Environmental Management to secure treated wastewater from the Lahaina Wastewater Treatment Plant, and a commitment of that, which can be blended with surface water to expand agricultural irrigation possibilities for our future beneficiaries on those agricultural homestead lands. And then we also did support through expert testimony the passage of a Maui Charter Amendment, which created 1 and possibly more water authorities on the island. Our goals for the coming year include continued work with Kahuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law on training for our beneficiaries. Our current round of training is actually focused on uplifting beneficiaries on how to apply for, successfully be appointed to and serve well as members of either a county board of water supply or a member of the Commission on Water Resource Management. We were really pleased when we sent out the call to Homestead leaders and we thought we'd be great to have 30 or 35 people. We got almost double that of folks requesting. We're going to do a second round of training in the fall as well. And so far, people have been very engaged and thoughtful and energized as a result of that. We know our strength before these boards and commissions is only as strong as we are shoulder to shoulder with our beneficiary communities. We're going to continue to advocate for funds generated by state water leases that go into the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. We're going to continue our efforts to seek and reserve water. We're going to continue our presence at the Water Commission on before boards of water supply to make sure that they make decisions that are in our interest, assist the department's other staff in reviewing legislation proposed at the county and state level. We're going to continue work in North Kona and other places on water resources development, and we are also assisting other parts of the department in developing water use permit applications, which are due on August 5th for the newly designated areas of West Maui. And I believe that's the last slide. Andrew and I, of course, are very happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
I just have a really quick one, Jonathan. Thank you, and good to see you. Always nice to see you, that beautiful smile. But you mentioned that the attendance from beneficiaries, from 30, it increased. Did you mention? Is it, and which is really good because we want the participation, but is it because the whole Red Hill water situation that you see more and more beneficiaries and the lahui stepping up because of what we are, what we see with the Navy and the Red Hill situation, Jonathan?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I think certainly for folks on Oahu, that has piqued their concern, and actually folks on the neighbor island specifically have expressed their concerns. We're all concerned you guys are all going to move over to our islands because your water is now contaminated. But I think it's a various things, and the people who are participating in this first cohort actually range from like Molokai beneficiaries who've been in the trenches on water issues for many decades to people who this is just getting understanding and new to, but are like, listen, this is part of the kuleana that I have to fulfill as a homesteader and a beneficiary of this act.
And lastly, may I, Mr. Chairman, is the Waianae designation proposal. Can you highlight me about that one? Where are we at with that?
So working with the Board of Water Supply, a final draft of the petition, it's a legal petition for designation, is being prepared and will be submitted to the Commission on Water Resources Management. So I don't have the exact timing, but it will be this year.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Jonathan.
Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Zach, go ahead, Zach.
Aloha, Jonathan. Yeah, in Molokai, my concern is the amount of groundwater that's available to our homesteaders. It's precious water, and we do have the MIS irrigation system there. I mean the water availability, but there's some homesteaders did say that it would be a good idea if the Department of Hawaiian Homelands would take over the MIS system. And I think it's a good idea in some sense because it'll take a lot of pressure off the groundwater that they're using for agriculture. And then because there's a lot of water, and then now that the West End does not use that water anymore, Kaluakoi Corporation, there's a lot of water available for farming. And I just was wanting to hear, what do you think about that?
Thank you, Commissioner Helm. I'll note that pursuing taking over the MIS is actually listed as one of the non-priority goals in the water policy plan and has existed from long before the water policy plan was adopted by this commission. I believe it deserves serious investigation more than has been done for a long period of time. There are certainly concerns on all sides about the cost and kuleana that's associated with managing an irrigation system. But I will say that the needs of our lands, if we are going to fulfill Section 101 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act on Molokai to make sure that our lands are always available and accessible, the amount of lands we have far exceed the groundwater resources that are available. They're only going to be made into productive lands with additional surface water. And currently, the MIS does not serve all of the homestead communities that want it.
That's why I brought that up. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to echo that it is something that the department should consider seriously and take a closer look at, so.
Anyone else? No? If not, I believe we have come to the end of our meeting today. Tomorrow, commissioners will be taking up D12 and E1. That will be up first on the agenda. And just a reminder, tonight's DHHL community meeting is at Stevenson Middle School, starting at 6:30. And just a reminder, we can't have more than 2 commissioners present. Okay. Mahalo, Mike. Appreciate it.
You can't have.
All right.